The story of Rome's founding is steeped in myth and legend, and at its heart are the tales of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers whose adventures and conflicts would ultimately lead to the birth of one of the greatest civilizations in history. According to the legend, the twins were born to Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin, and the god Mars, making their tale one of divine intervention and human determination. Hello, and welcome to this soothing journey through the fascinating history of ancient Rome. In this ASMR video, we will explore the rich tapestry of Roman history, designed to help you relax and gently fall asleep. Picture yourself in ancient times, wandering through the bustling streets of Rome, surrounded by magnificent architecture and the whispers of history. Now, let's begin our peaceful exploration of ancient Rome. Thank you for joining us on this tranquil journey, and may you have a restful night. Enjoy the gentle embrace of history as it lulls you into a serene slumber. The origins of Romulus and Remus are as dramatic as their later exploits. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, was the daughter of Numitor, the rightful king of Alba Longa, an ancient city of Latium. However, Numitor's brother, Amulius, usurped the throne, and fearing potential rivals, forced Rhea Silvia to become a Vestal virgin, swearing her to a life of celibacy to prevent her from bearing any children who might challenge his rule. Despite Amulius's precautions, the god Mars visited Rhea Silvia, and she became pregnant with twins. When Amulius learned of the birth of Romulus and Remus, he was enraged. He ordered the infants to be drowned in the Tiber River, hoping to eliminate any threat to his power. However, fate had other plans for the twins. The servant tasked with the grim deed could not bring himself to kill the infants, and instead set them adrift in a basket on the river, trusting that the gods would decide their fate. The basket carrying Romulus and Remus floated down the Tiber until it came to rest at the base of the Palatine Hill. There, the twins were discovered by a she-wolf who, instead of harming them, nursed and cared for them. This image of the she-wolf suckling the twins has become one of the most iconic symbols of Rome, representing both the city's humble beginnings and its destined greatness. After some time, a shepherd named Faustulus came across the twins and took them into his home. He and his wife, Acca Larentia, raised Romulus and Remus as their own children. Under their care, the twins grew into strong and capable young men, unaware of their royal lineage. They spent their early years herding sheep and exploring the forests and hills around their home. As they grew older, Romulus and Remus became natural leaders among the shepherds and herdsmen of the region. They were known for their bravery, strength, and sense of justice. However, their true heritage remained a mystery to them until a series of events brought their past to light. One day, while defending their flocks from a band of thieves, Remus was captured and brought before Amulius. The king, unaware of Remus's true identity, was struck by the young man's noble bearing and resemblance to his own family. Meanwhile, Romulus, determined to rescue his brother, gathered a group of followers and prepared to storm Alba Longa. Faustulus, fearing for the safety of the twins, revealed their true identity to them. Armed with this knowledge and the support of their followers, Romulus and Remus confronted Amulius. They overthrew the tyrant and restored their grandfather, Numitor, to the throne. Numitor, grateful for his grandson's bravery and determination, confirmed their royal lineage, and blessed their future endeavors. With their grandfather's kingdom restored, Romulus and Remus decided to leave Alba Longa and establish a city of their own. They chose the site where they had been rescued and nurtured by the she-wolf, the Palatine Hill. However, the decision of who would lead the new city led to conflict between the brothers. To resolve their dispute, they agreed to seek the favor of the gods through augury, the practice of interpreting the will of the gods by observing the flight of birds. Romulus stationed himself on the Palatine Hill, while Remus took his position on the Aventine Hill. As they waited for a sign, tensions rose between their followers. According to the legend, Remus was the first to see 6 vultures, but Romulus later claimed to have seen 12. This discrepancy led to a fierce argument, and in the ensuing conflict, Remus was killed, whether by Romulus himself or by one of his followers remains unclear. Stricken with grief, yet determined to fulfill his destiny, Romulus pressed forward with the founding of the new city, which he named Rome, after himself. On April 21st, 753 BCE, Romulus marked out the boundaries of his new city with a plow, a ritual that symbolized the creation of sacred space. He established the city's initial institutions and became its first king. Romulus's reign was marked by both challenges and achievements, as he sought to transform a collection of shepherds and outcasts into a unified and powerful community. One of Romulus's first challenges was the need to populate the new city. To attract settlers, he declared Rome an asylum for exiles and fugitives, offering sanctuary to all who sought refuge. This policy quickly increased the city's population, but also created a social imbalance, as most of the new inhabitants were men. To address this issue, Romulus devised a bold plan to secure wives for his people. He invited the neighboring Sabines to a grand festival, and, during the festivities, signaled his men to seize the Sabine women. This event, known as the Rape of the Sabine Women, led to a prolonged conflict with the Sabines. However, the women themselves eventually intervened, urging their fathers and husbands to reconcile for the sake of their children and families. This reconciliation resulted in the merging of the Romans and Sabines into a single community, with Romulus and the Sabine king, Titus Tatius, ruling jointly for a time. Romulus's reign continued with numerous military victories and territorial expansions. He established Rome's early political and military structures, laying the foundations for what would become a vast empire. According to some accounts, Romulus's rule ended in a mysterious and dramatic fashion. During a violent storm, he is said to have disappeared, with some believing he was taken up to the heavens by the gods. Romulus was later deified and worshipped as the god Quirinus, one of the 3 principal deities of Rome. The legend of Romulus and Remus is more than just a tale of the city's founding. It embodies the values and aspirations of Rome itself. Themes of divine favor, fraternal conflict, and the struggle for power and unity are woven into the very fabric of the story, reflecting the complexities of Roman identity and history. As we continue our journey through the history of ancient Rome, the myth of Romulus and Remus serves as a poignant reminder of the city's legendary origins and the enduring legacy of its founders. The story of these twin brothers has been told and retold for generations, capturing the imagination of people throughout the ages and cementing their place in the annals of history. the myth of Romulus and Remus has had a profound impact on Roman culture and identity. The image of the she-wolf nursing the twins became a powerful symbol of Rome's origins, representing the city's resilience, strength, and divine favor. This symbol has been immortalized in countless works of art, from ancient sculptures and coins to Renaissance paintings and modern-day emblems. The story also reinforced the idea of Rome's destiny to rule. The divine parentage of Romulus and Remus, along with their miraculous survival and ultimate triumph, suggested that the city was favored by the gods and destined for greatness. This belief in Rome's divine mission played a crucial role in shaping the city's self-perception and its approach to expansion and governance. Moreover, the tale of Romulus and Remus highlights the themes of conflict and reconciliation that would recur throughout Roman history. The fraternal strife between the twins foreshadowed the internal conflicts that Rome would face, while their eventual unification under Romulus's leadership symbolized the city's ability to overcome adversity and forge a powerful, cohesive state. While the story of Romulus and Remus is a myth, it is likely rooted in historical events and cultural memories. Archaeological evidence suggests that the area around the Palatine Hill was indeed one of the earliest inhabited sites in Rome, with settlements dating back to the 10th century BCE. These early communities would have experienced conflicts and alliances similar to those described in the legend, as they vied for control of the fertile lands along the Tiber River. The legend also reflects broader themes common in the mythologies of ancient civilizations. The motif of twins with a divine or heroic destiny is found in many cultures, symbolizing the dual nature of human experience and the potential for both harmony and discord. The abandonment and rescue of the twins echo other myths of foundlings and heroes, emphasizing the idea that greatness often emerges from humble beginnings. The story of Romulus and Remus is a foundational myth that has shaped the identity and culture of Rome for millennia. It tells of the city's divine origins, the challenges and triumphs of its founders, and the enduring legacy of their deeds. As we explore the rich history of ancient Rome, the tale of these legendary twins serves as a reminder of the city's mythical beginnings and the powerful narratives that continue to inspire and captivate us. The legacy of Romulus and Remus is woven into the fabric of Rome itself, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the timeless appeal of stories that speak to the human condition. The myth of Romulus and Remus, with its blend of divine intervention, heroic deeds, and human struggle, continues to resonate with us today. It reminds us of the importance of resilience, the power of unity, and the belief that greatness can arise from the most unlikely beginnings. The story of Rome's founding is not just a tale of the past, but a source of inspiration for the future, encouraging us to strive for our own dreams and to overcome the challenges that we face. In the centuries following the supposed founding of Rome, the story of Romulus and Remus continued to be a source of inspiration and reflection. Roman leaders, from the Republic to the Empire, often invoked the legacy of the city's founders to legitimize their rule and to remind the populace of their shared heritage. This myth was not just a tale for the masses, but a political tool that reinforced the idea of a divinely favored and destined Rome. Even today, the myth of Romulus and Remus continues to capture the imagination. It is a story that has been retold in various forms, from literature and art to film and television. Each retelling adds new layers of interpretation, reflecting the changing values and perspectives of different eras. Yet at its core, the story remains a powerful narrative of survival, leadership, and the quest for greatness. As we immerse ourselves in the rich history of ancient Rome, the legend of Romulus and Remus provides a foundational understanding of the cultural and historical forces that shape the city. It is a story that invites us to explore the deeper meanings and lessons embedded in the myth, encouraging us to reflect on our own lives and the myths that shape our world. The tale of Romulus and Remus is not just a story of the past, but a living narrative that continues to influence and inspire. It reminds us that history is not just a series of events, but a tapestry of stories that define who we are and what we aspire to be. The profound impact of the myth of Romulus and Remus extends beyond the boundaries of Rome. It serves as a powerful reminder of the transformative power of myths and legends, shaping not only the cultural identity of a people, but also their collective aspirations and sense of destiny. This myth, like many others from ancient civilizations, encapsulates the values, struggles, and triumphs of the society it represents, providing a lens through which we can understand the motivations and actions of its people. The story of Romulus and Remus is a testament to the enduring power of myth and the timeless appeal of narratives that speak to the human spirit. Their story, filled with elements of divine intervention, heroism, and perseverance, continues to inspire and captivate us. It teaches us about the origins of Rome, but also about the universal themes of struggle, conflict, and eventual triumph. As we conclude this exploration of Rome's mythical origins, the legacy of Romulus and Remus remains a vital part of understanding the city's identity and the values it stood for. Their story is a reminder of the power of myths to shape our perceptions and inspire us to achieve greatness no matter the obstacles we face. The myth of Romulus and Remus highlights the importance of leadership and vision. Romulus's determination to establish a new city and his efforts to create a community out of disparate individuals reflect the qualities that would later define Roman society. His ability to attract settlers, integrate different groups, and overcome adversity set the stage for Rome's future expansion and dominance. The story also underscores the significance of reconciliation and unity. The eventual merging of the Romans and Sabines after the abduction of the Sabine women illustrates the potential for harmony even after conflict. This theme of unity in the face of diversity would become a cornerstone of Roman identity, enabling the city to incorporate various cultures and peoples into its expanding empire. Furthermore, the deification of Romulus as Quirinus emphasizes the Roman belief in the divine origins of their city and its leaders. This belief reinforced the idea that Rome was destined for greatness, with its founders and subsequent rulers acting under the auspices of the gods. The integration of Romulus into the pantheon of Roman deities also reflects the close connection between religion and politics in ancient Rome, where divine favor was seen as essential to political legitimacy and success. The legacy of Romulus and Remus continued to influence Roman culture and society for centuries. Festivals such as the Lupercalia, which involved rituals that recalled the she-wolf and the cave, where Romulus and Remus were said to have been nurtured, kept the memory of the city's founders alive. These cultural practices, along with the construction of monuments and the retelling of the founding myth, ensured that the story remained a vital part of Rome's collective consciousness. In addition to its cultural and political significance, the myth of Romulus and Remus also offers insights into the human condition. It speaks to the themes of identity, belonging, and the quest for greatness that resonate across time and place. The story of the twin brothers, with their divine parentage, abandonment, survival, and eventual triumph, embodies the universal journey of overcoming adversity and achieving one's destiny. The enduring appeal of the myth lies in its ability to inspire and teach. It reminds us that greatness often arises from humble beginnings and that the path to success is often fraught with challenges. The story of Romulus and Remus encourages us to embrace our potential, strive for our goals, and believe in the possibility of achieving greatness, no matter our origins. As we reflect on the tale of Rome's founding, we are reminded of the power of myths to shape our understanding of history and ourselves. The story of Romulus and Remus is not just a relic of the past, but a living narrative that continues to influence and inspire. It invites us to explore the deeper meanings embedded in the myth and to draw lessons that are relevant to our own lives. The myth of Romulus and Remus is a foundational story that has shaped the identity and culture of Rome for millennia. It tells of the city's divine origins, the challenges and triumphs of its founders, and the enduring legacy of their deeds. As we continue our journey through the history of ancient Rome, the tale of these legendary twins serves as a reminder of the city's mythical beginnings and the powerful narratives that continue to inspire and captivate us. The legacy of Romulus and Remus is woven into the fabric of Rome itself, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the timeless appeal of stories that speak to the human condition. Their story, filled with elements of divine intervention, heroism, and perseverance, continues to inspire and captivate us. It teaches us about the origins of Rome, but also about the universal themes of struggle, conflict, and eventual triumph. As we conclude this exploration of Rome's mythical origins, the legacy of Romulus and Remus remains a vital part of understanding the city's identity and the values it stood for. Their story is a reminder of the power of myths to shape our perceptions and inspire us to achieve greatness, no matter the obstacles we face. In this sense, the story of Romulus and Remus is not just a historical account, but a living tradition that continues to resonate with people today. It speaks to the timeless human desire for identity, purpose, and achievement. By reflecting on their journey, we gain insights into our own struggles and aspirations, finding inspiration in their courage, determination, and vision. The profound impact of the myth of Romulus and Remus extends beyond the boundaries of Rome. It serves as a powerful reminder of the transformative power of myths and legends, shaping not only the cultural identity of a people, but also their collective aspirations and sense of destiny. This myth, like many others from ancient civilizations, encapsulates the values, struggles, and triumphs of the society it represents, providing a lens through which we can understand the motivations and actions of its people. The transformation of Rome from a small village into a burgeoning city is a fascinating tale of resilience, innovation, and strategic vision. This phase of Rome's history laid the groundwork for its emergence as a dominant power in the ancient world. By examining the early settlements and the factors that contributed to Rome's growth, we gain a deeper understanding of the city's foundational strengths and the cultural and social dynamics that shaped its development. In the beginning, Rome was little more than a cluster of small settlements scattered across the 7 hills along the banks of the Tiber River. These early communities were primarily composed of farmers, herders, and traders who took advantage of the fertile land and the strategic location provided by the river. The Tiber not only offered a reliable water source, but also served as a natural route for trade and communication, linking Rome with other regions of Italy and beyond. The geographical setting of Rome played a crucial role in its early growth. The 7 hills, Aventine, Caelian, Capitoline, Esquiline, Palatine, Quirinal, and Viminal, offered natural protection against invaders and flooding. The Palatine Hill, in particular, became the heart of early Rome, with archaeological evidence indicating that it was one of the first areas to be settled. The elevated position of these hills provided a strategic advantage, allowing the inhabitants to monitor and defend against potential threats. As the settlements grew, the need for a more organized and cohesive community became apparent. The early Romans began to establish social and political structures that would form the foundation of their city. One of the key developments during this period was the formation of the curiae, or local tribes, which played a central role in the social and political organization of early Rome. Each curia was composed of several families or clans, and together they formed a larger community that shared common religious, cultural, and social practices. Religion played a significant role in uniting the early Roman communities. The worship of local deities and the performance of communal rituals helped to strengthen social bonds and create a sense of shared identity. The early Romans believed that their prosperity and success were closely tied to the favor of the gods, and they built temples and altars to honor their deities. The establishment of religious institutions, such as the early temples on the Capitoline Hill, served as focal points for communal activities and reinforced the importance of religious observance in daily life. Trade and commerce were also vital to the growth of early Rome. The city's location at the crossroads of important trade routes allowed it to become a hub of economic activity. Early Romans engaged in trade with neighboring regions, exchanging agricultural products, livestock, and crafts for goods that were not locally available. The Tiber River facilitated the movement of goods and people, making Rome an attractive destination for traders and merchants. The development of infrastructure was another critical factor in Rome's transformation from a village to a city. The early Romans constructed roads, bridges, and aqueducts to support the growing population and improve connectivity. The Cloaca Maxima, one of the world's earliest sewage systems, was built to drain the marshes and prevent flooding in the city. This engineering marvel not only improved sanitation, but also demonstrated the early Romans' ingenuity and commitment to urban planning. Social stratification began to emerge as Rome grew, with distinct classes forming within the population. The patricians, or noble families, held significant political and economic power, while the plebeians, or common people, made up the majority of the population. The relationship between these two groups would shape much of Rome's early history, as tensions and conflicts arose over issues of rights, representation, and governance. The early kings of Rome played a pivotal role in the city's development. According to tradition, Rome was initially ruled by a series of kings, each of whom contributed to the city's growth and stability. These kings are often credited with establishing key institutions and laying the groundwork for Rome's future expansion. The legendary figures of Romulus Numa Pompilius, Tullus Hostilius, and Ancus Marcius, among others, are said to have implemented various reforms and policies that helped to organize and strengthen the early Roman state. Romulus, as the first king and founder of Rome, is often associated with the establishment of the city's initial institutions. He is credited with organizing the early Roman army, creating the Senate, and instituting religious and legal practices that would shape Roman society. Numa Pompilius, his successor, is remembered for his contributions to Roman religion and law. He established many of the religious institutions and practices that would become central to Roman culture, including the Vestal Virgins and the cult of Janus. Tullus Hostilius, the third king, is often depicted as a warrior king who expanded Rome's territory through military conquest. He is said to have destroyed the nearby city of Alba Longa and integrated its people into Rome, further increasing the city's population and resources. Ancus Marcius, the fourth king, continued this policy of expansion and is credited with founding Rome's port at Ostia, which became a crucial center for trade and commerce. As Rome continued to grow, the need for a more complex and organized system of governance became evident. The early Roman kings began to establish a framework of laws and institutions that would provide stability and order. This period saw the development of the Roman Senate, an advisory body composed of leading citizens, which played a crucial role in shaping policy and governance. The Senate became a central institution in Roman political life, providing a forum for discussion and decision-making among the elite. The establishment of a legal code was another significant development during this period. The early Roman kings are often credited with creating laws that regulated social behavior, property rights, and civic responsibilities. These laws helped to create a sense of order and predictability within the community, reducing conflicts and promoting cooperation. The early legal traditions laid the foundation for what would become one of Rome's most enduring legacies, its sophisticated system of law. The early Romans also placed a strong emphasis on military organization and defense. The need to protect their growing city from external threats led to the development of a structured military system. The early Roman army was organized into legions, with soldiers trained and equipped to defend the city and its territories. Military service became a key aspect of Roman citizenship, with citizens expected to contribute to the defense of the state. This emphasis on military preparedness and civic duty would become a defining characteristic of Roman society. The integration of conquered peoples and territories into the Roman state was another important aspect of Rome's early growth. The early Romans developed a system of alliances and incorporation that allowed them to expand their influence while maintaining stability. Conquered communities were often granted a degree of autonomy and were integrated into the Roman system through treaties and alliances. This approach allowed Rome to build a network of allied states that contributed to its military and economic strength. The early settlement of Rome was marked by a series of challenges and opportunities that shaped the character of the city and its people. The resilience and adaptability of the early Romans allowed them to overcome obstacles and take advantage of the resources and opportunities available to them. Their strategic location, innovative infrastructure, and social and political organization provided the foundation for Rome's future growth and success. Cultural exchange and interaction with neighboring peoples also played a significant role in the development of early Rome. The Etruscans, who lived to the north of Rome, had a profound influence on Roman culture, religion, and architecture. The early Romans adopted many Etruscan practices and incorporated them into their own traditions. The Etruscans' advanced knowledge of engineering, art, and governance helped to shape the early Roman state. The Greeks, who had established colonies in southern Italy, also influenced early Rome. Greek art, literature, philosophy, and political ideas were introduced to the Romans through trade and interaction. The early Romans were keen to learn from the Greeks and incorporated many aspects of Greek culture into their own. This blending of cultures contributed to the richness and diversity of Roman civilization. The process of urbanization and the development of a complex social structure were gradual but transformative. The early Romans moved from a primarily agrarian society to one that was increasingly urban and sophisticated. The construction of public buildings, temples, and infrastructure projects transformed Rome into a thriving city that could support a growing population and complex economy. One of the key developments during this period was the construction of the Roman Forum, the center of public life in the city. The Forum became the focal point for political, religious, and social activities. It was a place where citizens gathered to discuss important issues, conduct business, and participate in religious ceremonies. The development of the Forum reflected the increasing complexity and organization of Roman society. The growth of Rome was also supported by the development of agriculture and the expansion of arable land. The early Romans were skilled farmers who employed advanced techniques to cultivate the land and increase productivity. The fertile plains surrounding Rome provided ample resources to support the growing population. The Romans' ability to produce surplus food allowed them to sustain a larger population and engage in trade with neighboring regions. The early settlements of Rome were characterized by a sense of community and cooperation. The challenges of building a city from scratch required the early Romans to work together and support one another. This spirit of collaboration and mutual aid became a defining feature of Roman society. The early Romans valued hard work, discipline, and loyalty to the community, qualities that would become hallmarks of Roman culture. The development of early Rome was not without its conflicts and challenges. The process of integrating different groups and managing social tensions required skillful leadership and diplomacy. The early Romans had to navigate issues of class division, land distribution, and political representation. The tensions between the patricians and plebeians were particularly significant as the plebeians sought greater rights and representation within the political system. The early history of Rome is a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of its people. The transition from a small village to a burgeoning city was marked by significant achievements in governance, infrastructure, military organization, and cultural exchange. The early Romans laid the foundation for what would become one of the greatest civilizations in history. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and integrate diverse influences allowed them to build a city that would stand the test of time. As we continue to explore the history of ancient Rome, we will see how these early developments set the stage for the city's expansion and dominance. The values, institutions, and practices established during this formative period would continue to shape Rome's trajectory for centuries to come. The story of early Rome is a reminder of the power of human determination and the ability to overcome challenges to achieve greatness. The legacy of Rome's early settlers is still evident today. The principles of governance, law, and military organization that they established have influenced countless societies throughout history. The early Romans' commitment to community, innovation, and resilience serves as an enduring example of what can be achieved through collective effort and vision. As we delve deeper into the history of Rome, we will continue to uncover the remarkable achievements and contributions of this ancient civilization. The early settlements of Rome represent a crucial chapter in the city's history. The transformation from a small village to a burgeoning city was a complex and dynamic process that laid the groundwork for Rome's future greatness. By examining the factors that contributed to this growth, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity and resilience of the early Romans. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and integrate diverse influences allowed them to build a city that would endure for millennia. The legacy of these early settlers continues to inspire and inform our understanding of Rome's remarkable history. The emergence of Rome as a city also brought about significant changes in its social and political structure. The shift from small, family-based communities to a more complex urban society necessitated the development of new forms of governance and social organization. The early Romans created institutions that balanced the interests of different social groups and provided mechanisms for resolving conflicts and making collective decisions. The institution of the Roman Senate, for example, played a crucial role in the governance of early Rome. Composed of leading citizens, the Senate acted as an advisory body to the kings and later to the consuls of the Republic. Senators were typically drawn from the patrician class, but over time, the inclusion of plebeians helped to create a more inclusive political system. The Senate's deliberations and decisions were instrumental in shaping the policies and direction of the early Roman state. Public assemblies were another important aspect of early Roman governance. These gatherings allowed citizens to participate directly in decision-making processes, vote on important issues, and elect officials. The early Romans valued civic participation and viewed it as a fundamental aspect of their identity and responsibility as citizens. The establishment of these assemblies laid the groundwork for the development of a more democratic and participatory political culture. The early Romans also developed a system of patronage that helped to maintain social cohesion and support within the community. Wealthy and influential individuals, known as patrons, provided assistance and protection to their clients, who in return offered loyalty and service. This reciprocal relationship created networks of support that extended throughout Roman society, helping to bridge the gap between different social classes and providing a measure of stability and mutual aid. The development of urban infrastructure and public amenities further contributed to the growth and prosperity of early Rome. The construction of roads, bridges, and aqueducts facilitated trade, communication, and the movement of people. Public buildings such as temples, basilicas, and baths provided spaces for religious, civic, and social activities. These infrastructure projects not only improved the quality of life for Rome's inhabitants, but also demonstrated the city's capacity for organization, planning, and collective effort. The early Romans' emphasis on law and justice was another defining feature of their society. The development of a legal system that codified rights, responsibilities, and procedures helped to create a sense of order and predictability. Laws were designed to regulate interactions between individuals, protect property, and ensure fair treatment. The early legal traditions of Rome laid the foundation for the development of Roman law, which would become one of the most influential legal systems in history. Education and cultural development also played a significant role in the early growth of Rome. The early Romans placed a high value on education, viewing it as essential for the cultivation of civic virtue and the preparation of future leaders. Education in early Rome was typically conducted within the family, with parents and elders passing on knowledge and skills to the younger generation. As the city grew, formal educational institutions and schools began to emerge, offering instruction in various subjects, including rhetoric, philosophy, and law. Cultural exchange with neighboring civilizations enriched Roman society and contributed to its development. The early Romans were open to adopting and adapting practices, ideas, and technologies from other cultures. This willingness to learn and integrate diverse influences helped to create a vibrant and dynamic culture that could innovate and evolve. The influence of the Etruscans and Greeks, in particular, left a lasting imprint on Roman art, architecture, religion, and intellectual life. The early settlements of Rome were also marked by a spirit of resilience and adaptability. The challenges of building a new city, defending it from external threats, and managing internal conflicts required the early Romans to be resourceful and innovative. Their ability to adapt to changing circumstances, find creative solutions to problems, and work together as a community enabled them to overcome obstacles and achieve success. The early history of Rome is a testament to the power of collective effort and the importance of strong leadership. The early Romans' achievements in governance, infrastructure, military organization, and cultural development laid the foundation for the city's future growth and dominance. Their legacy continues to inspire and inform our understanding of Rome's remarkable history and its enduring contributions to human civilization. As we continue our journey through the history of ancient Rome, we will explore how these early developments set the stage for the city's expansion and transformation into a powerful republic and eventually a vast empire. The values, institutions, and practices established during this formative period would continue to shape Rome's trajectory and influence countless generations. The story of early Rome is a reminder of the power of human determination, ingenuity, and the ability to build a lasting legacy through collective effort and vision. The early settlements of Rome represent a crucial chapter in the city's history. The transformation from a small village to a burgeoning city was a complex and dynamic process that laid the groundwork for Rome's future greatness. By examining the factors that contributed to this growth, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity and resilience of the early Romans. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and integrate diverse influences allowed them to build a city that would endure for millennia. The legacy of these early settlers continues to inspire and inform our understanding of Rome's remarkable history. The early history of Rome is shrouded in legend and myth, with the city's foundation traditionally dated to 753 BCE. According to Roman tradition, the city was initially ruled by a series of kings, each contributing to the establishment of Rome's foundational institutions and societal structures. These legendary kings played pivotal roles in shaping the early governance and leadership of Rome, setting the stage for its future expansion and dominance. The first king of Rome, and perhaps the most famous, was Romulus. As the legendary founder of Rome, Romulus is credited with many of the city's initial institutions and practices. After the death of his twin brother Remus, Romulus became the sole ruler of the new city. One of his first acts as king was to organize the Roman army, dividing it into regiments called legions. This military organization would become a cornerstone of Roman power, allowing the city to defend itself and expand its influence. Romulus also established the Roman Senate, initially composed of 100 men, known as patres, who were chosen from the leading families of Rome. The Senate served as an advisory body to the king and played a significant role in governance. This institution would endure throughout Roman history, evolving from a royal council into the powerful legislative body of the Roman Republic and Empire. In addition to his military and political reforms, Romulus is credited with creating the first Roman laws and establishing religious practices. He instituted the worship of the god Jupiter, the king of the Roman gods, and introduced the practice of augury, or interpreting the will of the gods through the observation of birds. These religious practices reinforced the divine favor that Romulus claimed for his rule, linking the authority of the king to the will of the gods. Following Romulus, the second king of Rome was Numa Pompilius, a Sabine by origin. Unlike the warlike Romulus, Numa was known for his wisdom and piety. His reign is often seen as a time of peace and religious reform. Numa is credited with establishing many of Rome's early religious institutions and rituals. He introduced the office of Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest, who oversaw religious ceremonies and maintained the calendar. Numa also instituted the cult of Vesta and the Vestal Virgins, who tended the sacred fire that symbolized the continuity of the Roman state. Numa's contributions to Roman law and governance were significant. He is said to have introduced the concept of the social contract, emphasizing the importance of justice and fairness in governance. Numa's laws were designed to promote social harmony and prevent conflicts. He also established the distinction between public and private law, a foundational principle that would influence Roman legal thought for centuries. The third king of Rome, Tullus Hostilius, marked a return to a more martial and expansionist policy. Tullus is remembered as a warrior king who sought to expand Rome's territory through military conquest. His most famous military campaign was the destruction of Alba Longa, a neighboring city that had previously been a rival to Rome. Tullus integrated the people of Alba Longa into the Roman state, increasing Rome's population and resources. He also built the Curia Hostilia, the first Senate house in Rome, which served as the meeting place for the Senate for several centuries. Tullus Hostilius's reign was characterized by a focus on military discipline and the strengthening of Rome's defenses. He is credited with organizing the Roman army into more formal legions and improving the training and equipment of soldiers. This focus on military organization and preparedness would become a defining feature of Roman society and contribute to its success in future conflicts. The fourth king of Rome, Ancus Marcius, is often seen as a bridge between the warlike Tullus Hostilius and the more peaceful Numa Pompilius. Ancus is credited with both military conquests and significant public works projects. He extended Roman territory by conquering several neighboring cities and integrating their populations into Rome. Ancus also founded the port of Ostia, which became a crucial center for trade and commerce. The establishment of Ostia allowed Rome to control the mouth of the Tiber River and facilitated trade with other regions of the Mediterranean. Ancus Marcius also focused on infrastructure and urban development within Rome. He is credited with building the first bridge over the Tiber River, the Pons Sublicius, which connected Rome to its surrounding territories and improved transportation and trade. Ancus also expanded the city walls and constructed the first aqueducts to bring fresh water into the city. These public works projects not only improved the quality of life for Rome's inhabitants, but also demonstrated the organizational and engineering skills of the early Romans. The reigns of the early kings set the foundation for many of Rome's institutions and practices. The balance between military prowess and religious piety established by these kings would continue to influence Roman culture and governance. Each king contributed to the development of Rome's identity and laid the groundwork for the city's future growth and success. The fifth king of Rome, Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, was of Etruscan origin. His reign marked a period of significant cultural exchange and influence from the Etruscans, who were more advanced in many areas of art, engineering, and governance. Tarquinius Priscus is credited with numerous building projects, including the construction of the Circus Maximus, a large stadium for chariot races and public games. He also began the construction of the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, on the Capitoline Hill, which would become one of the most important religious sites in Rome. Tarquinius Priscus also introduced important political reforms. He expanded the Senate by adding 100 new members from leading Etruscan families, thus integrating Etruscan elites into the Roman political system. This expansion helped to strengthen Rome's ties with the Etruscans and facilitated the exchange of cultural and technological innovations. Tarquinius Priscus's reign also saw the introduction of symbols of royal power, such as the fasces, a bundle of rods with an axe, and the sella curulis, a ceremonial chair, which would later become symbols of authority in the Roman Republic and Empire. The sixth king of Rome, Servius Tullius, continued many of the reforms initiated by Tarquinius Priscus. Servius is particularly noted for his contributions to the social and political organization of Rome. He is credited with conducting the first census, which divided the Roman population into classes based on wealth and military capability. This census formed the basis of the Centuriate Assembly, a new political body that provided representation based on military and economic status. The Centuriate Assembly played a crucial role in Roman governance, particularly in the election of magistrates and the decision of war and peace. Servius Tullius also reorganized the Roman army, creating a more structured and efficient military force. He established the Comitia Centuriata, a military assembly that elected officials and passed laws. This assembly was based on the divisions created by the census and provided a more inclusive and representative political system. Servius's reforms laid the groundwork for the development of the Roman Republic and its complex system of governance. In addition to his political and military reforms, Servius Tullius is credited with numerous building projects. He expanded the city walls, creating the Servian Wall, which encompassed all 7 hills of Rome and provided greater protection for the city. He also improved the infrastructure of the city, including roads, temples, and public buildings. Servius's reign was marked by a focus on strengthening Rome's defenses and improving the quality of life for its inhabitants. The 7th and final king of Rome, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, is remembered as a tyrant whose reign led to the downfall of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. Tarquinius Superbus seized power through violence and ruled with an iron fist, ignoring the traditional checks and balances that had been established by his predecessors. His reign was marked by cruelty, corruption, and a disregard for the rights of the Roman people. Tarquinius Superbus's oppressive rule ultimately led to a revolt by the Roman populace, who were inspired by the nobleman Lucius Junius Brutus. According to legend, the catalyst for the revolt was the rape of Lucretia, a noblewoman, by Tarquinius's son Sextus. Lucretia's subsequent suicide sparked outrage and galvanized the Roman people to overthrow the monarchy. The revolt resulted in the expulsion of Tarquinius Superbus and the establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BCE. The transition from monarchy to republic marked a significant turning point in Roman history. The early kings had laid the groundwork for many of the institutions and practices that would define Rome, but their rule was ultimately seen as too autocratic and prone to abuse. The establishment of the Republic was an attempt to create a more balanced and representative system of governance, one that would prevent the concentration of power in the hands of a single ruler. The legacy of the early kings continued to influence Roman society and governance. Many of the institutions and practices established during their reigns, such as the Senate, the Centuriate Assembly, and the legal system, were adapted and expanded under the Republic. The early kings' emphasis on military organization, religious observance, and public works projects also continued to shape Roman culture and identity. The stories of the early kings, although often shrouded in myth and legend, provide valuable insights into the values and priorities of early Roman society. The balance between military prowess and religious piety, the importance of social and political organization, and the emphasis on public service and infrastructure development were all central to the early kings' rule. These values would continue to define Rome as it transitioned from a small city-state to a vast empire. The early kings of Rome were instrumental in shaping the city's identity and laying the foundation for its future greatness. Their leadership and governance established many of the institutions and practices that would endure for centuries, influencing the development of Roman law, politics, and culture. The transition from monarchy to republic was a significant moment in Roman history, reflecting the evolving nature of Roman governance and the desire for a more balanced and representative political system. The reigns of the early kings also highlight the dynamic and adaptive nature of Roman society. The early Romans were willing to adopt and integrate influences from neighboring cultures such as the Etruscans and Greeks, and to innovate and reform their own institutions in response to changing circumstances. This adaptability and openness to new ideas were key factors in Rome's ability to grow and thrive. The early history of Rome, as depicted through the reigns of its legendary kings, provides a rich tapestry of stories that illustrate the city's journey from a small settlement to a powerful city-state. The contributions of these kings, whether through military conquest, religious reform, legal innovation, or public works, laid the foundation for Rome's enduring legacy. Their leadership and governance set the stage for the remarkable achievements of the Roman Republic and Empire, and their influence can still be seen in many aspects of modern Western civilization. As we continue to explore the history of ancient Rome, the legacy of the early kings serves as a reminder of the importance of leadership, governance, and the ability to adapt and innovate. Their stories, though often intertwined with myth and legend, provide valuable lessons about the qualities that contribute to the success and resilience of a civilization. The early kings of Rome were not just rulers, but visionaries who helped to shape the identity and destiny of one of history's greatest empires. The early kings also underscore the importance of cultural and religious integration in the formation of a cohesive society. By adopting and incorporating elements from neighboring cultures, such as the Etruscans and Greeks, the early Romans were able to create a rich and diverse cultural tapestry that strengthened their society. This willingness to embrace and integrate different cultural influences became a hallmark of Roman civilization and contributed to its enduring success. The reigns of the early kings also highlight the significance of public works and infrastructure development in the growth and prosperity of a city. The construction of roads, bridges, aqueducts, and public buildings not only improved the quality of life for Rome's inhabitants, but also facilitated trade, communication, and military defense. These infrastructure projects demonstrated the organizational and engineering prowess of the early Romans and laid the groundwork for the city's future expansion. The early kings' emphasis on legal and political reforms also played a crucial role in shaping the governance of Rome. The establishment of the Senate, the introduction of the census, and the creation of new political assemblies helped to create a more structured and inclusive political system. These reforms provided a framework for representation and decision-making that balanced the interests of different social groups and promoted stability and cohesion. The transition from monarchy to republic was a significant moment in Roman history, reflecting the evolving nature of Roman governance and the desire for a more balanced and representative political system. The early kings' contributions to the development of Rome's political and legal institutions laid the foundation for the Roman Republic, which would become one of the most influential political systems in history. The principles of citizenship, representation, and the rule of law established during the early monarchy would continue to shape Roman governance for centuries to come. The early kings of Rome were instrumental in shaping the city's identity and laying the foundation for its future greatness. Their leadership and governance established many of the institutions and practices that would endure for centuries, influencing the development of Roman law, politics, and culture. The transition from monarchy to republic marked a significant turning point in Roman history, reflecting the evolving nature of Roman governance and the desire for a more balanced and representative political system. The reigns of the early kings also highlight the dynamic and adaptive nature of Roman society. The early Romans were willing to adopt and integrate influences from neighboring cultures, such as the Etruscans and Greeks, and to innovate and reform their own institutions in response to changing circumstances. This adaptability and openness to new ideas were key factors in Rome's ability to grow and thrive. The early history of Rome, as depicted through the reigns of its legendary kings, provides a rich tapestry of stories that illustrate the city's journey from a small settlement to a powerful city-state. The contributions of these kings, whether through military conquest, religious reform, legal innovation, or public works, laid the foundation for Rome's enduring legacy. Their leadership and governance set the stage for the remarkable achievements of the Roman Republic and Empire, and their influence can still be seen in many aspects of modern Western civilization. As we continue to explore the history of ancient Rome, the legacy of the early kings serves as a reminder of the importance of leadership, governance, and the ability to adapt and innovate. Their stories, though often intertwined with myth and legend, provide valuable lessons about the qualities that contribute to the success and resilience of a civilization. The early kings of Rome were not just rulers, but visionaries who helped to shape the identity and destiny of one of history's greatest empires. The early kings also underscore the importance of cultural and religious integration in the formation of a cohesive society. By adopting and incorporating elements from neighboring cultures, such as the Etruscans and Greeks, the early Romans were able to create a rich and diverse cultural tapestry that strengthened their society. This willingness to embrace and integrate different cultural influences became a hallmark of Roman civilization and contributed to its enduring success. The reigns of the early kings also highlight the significance of public works and infrastructure development in the growth and prosperity of a city. The construction of roads, bridges, aqueducts, and public buildings not only improved the quality of life for Rome's inhabitants, but also facilitated trade, communication, and military defense. These infrastructure projects demonstrated the organizational and engineering prowess of the early Romans and laid the groundwork for the city's future expansion. The early kings' emphasis on legal and political reforms also played a crucial role in shaping the governance of Rome. The establishment of the Senate, the introduction of the census, and the creation of new political assemblies helped to create a more structured and inclusive political system. These reforms provided a framework for representation and decision-making that balanced the interests of different social groups and promoted stability and cohesion. The transition from monarchy to republic was a significant moment in Roman history, reflecting the evolving nature of Roman governance and the desire for a more balanced and representative political system. The early kings' contributions to the development of Rome's political and legal institutions laid the foundation for the Roman Republic, which would become one of the most influential political systems in history. The principles of citizenship, representation, and the rule of law established during the early monarchy would continue to shape Roman governance for centuries to come. The early history of Rome is marked by the development of social and political structures that would form the foundation of its future success. These structures were shaped by the needs and aspirations of the Roman people and reflected the dynamic and adaptive nature of their society. The evolution of Rome's social and political institutions was crucial in transforming the city from a small settlement into a powerful city-state and eventually an expansive empire. The social structure of early Rome was hierarchical and complex, consisting of several distinct classes and groups. The two main social classes were the patricians and the plebeians. The patricians were the aristocratic families who claimed descent from the original senators appointed by Romulus. They held most of the political power and controlled significant wealth and land. The plebeians, on the other hand, were the common people, including farmers, artisans, and traders. Although they made up the majority of the population, the plebeians initially had limited political influence and were often subject to the authority of the patricians. The patricians were the elite class in early Rome, and their status was based on ancestry, wealth, and social standing. They were considered the guardians of Roman tradition and religion, and they played a central role in the political and religious life of the city. Patrician families were often involved in public service, holding key positions such as senators, magistrates, and priests. The patricians' control over political and religious institutions allowed them to maintain their dominance and influence over Roman society. The plebeians were the broader population of Rome and encompassed a wide range of professions and economic statuses. They were free citizens but did not initially enjoy the same privileges as the patricians. Plebeians could own property, engage in trade, and serve in the military, but they were excluded from many of the political and religious offices held by the patricians. Over time, the plebeians began to seek greater rights and representation, leading to significant social and political changes in Rome. One of the most significant developments in early Roman history was the conflict of the orders, a prolonged struggle between the patricians and the plebeians for political and social rights. This conflict began in the early 5th century BCE and continued for nearly 2 centuries. The plebeians sought greater representation in government, protection from patrician abuses, and access to public offices. The conflict of the orders led to a series of important reforms that gradually improved the status and rights of the plebeians. One of the key developments was the establishment of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. The tribunes were elected officials who represented the interests of the plebeians and had the power to veto actions by other magistrates that they deemed harmful to the plebeians. The creation of this office was a significant step toward greater political inclusion and provided the plebeians with a powerful voice in government. Another major milestone in the conflict of the orders was the creation of the 12 Tables in 450 BCE. The 12 Tables were the first written code of laws in Rome and represented a significant advancement in the development of Roman legal traditions. The laws were inscribed on bronze tablets and publicly displayed in the Roman Forum, making them accessible to all citizens. The 12 Tables covered a wide range of legal issues, including property rights, contracts, family law, and criminal offenses. By codifying the laws and making them publicly available, The 12 tables provided greater legal transparency and protection for the plebeians. In 445 BC, the Lex Canulea was passed, allowing intermarriage between patricians and plebeians. This law helped to break down some of the social barriers between the two classes and facilitated greater social integration. The Lex Canulea also reflected the increasing influence of the plebeians and their ability to secure important legal reforms through persistent advocacy and negotiation. The Licinian Sextian laws, passed in 367 BCE, were another significant development in the conflict of the orders. These laws addressed economic inequalities and provided debt relief for the plebeians. They also opened the consulship, the highest elected office in Rome, to plebeians for the first time. The Licinian Sextian laws marked a major step toward greater political equality and representation for the plebeians, and helped to establish a more inclusive political system. The conflict of the orders culminated with the passage of the Lex Hortensia in 287 BCE. This law gave the resolutions passed by the plebeian council, known as plebiscites, the force of law binding on all Roman citizens, including patricians. The Lex Hortensia effectively ended the legal distinctions between patricians and plebeians and solidified the political gains achieved by the plebeians. It also marked the end of the conflict of the orders and established a more unified and cohesive political system in Rome. The Roman Senate was one of the most important political institutions in early Rome. It originated as an advisory council to the king during the monarchy and continued to play a central role in governance during the Republic and Empire. The Senate was composed of leading citizens, known as senators, who were typically drawn from the patrician class. However, over time, the inclusion of plebeians helped to create a more representative body. The Senate's primary functions included advising magistrates, deliberating on important issues, and passing decrees. Although the Senate did not have legislative power, its influence was significant, and its decisions often shaped the direction of Roman policy. The Senate also played a key role in foreign affairs, including the negotiation of treaties and the declaration of war. The Senate's deliberations were guided by a commitment to tradition and the principles of Roman law and governance. Senators were expected to act in the best interests of the Republic and to provide wise and prudent counsel. The Senate's authority and prestige made it a central institution in Roman political life, and its influence endured throughout the history of Rome. In addition to the Senate, the Roman political system included several popular assemblies that provided a forum for direct citizen participation in governance. The three main assemblies were the Centuriate Assembly, the Tribal Assembly, and the Plebeian Council. The Centuriate Assembly was originally based on the military organization of the Roman army and was composed of citizens grouped into centuries according to their wealth and military capability. The assembly was responsible for electing the highest-ranking magistrates, including consuls and praetors, and for making decisions on matters of war and peace. The Centuriate Assembly also had the power to pass laws and served as a court of appeal in certain legal cases. The structure of the assembly reflected the importance of military service and the influence of wealth in Roman society. The tribal assembly was organized based on the 35 tribes of Rome, which were geographic divisions of the city and its territories. All Roman citizens were assigned to a tribe, and the tribal assembly provided a more inclusive forum for citizen participation. The assembly elected lower-ranking magistrates, such as quaestors and aediles, and passed laws. The tribal assembly also had the authority to hear certain legal cases and to decide on issues related to public land and infrastructure. The tribal assembly structure allowed for broader representation and participation, reflecting the diverse population of Rome. The plebeian council was the principal assembly of the plebeians and played a crucial role in their struggle for political rights and representation. The council was composed exclusively of plebeians and was presided over by the tribunes of the plebs. The plebeian council had the power to pass plebiscites, which initially applied only to plebeians, but later, through the lex hortensia, became binding on all citizens. The council also elected the tribunes of the plebs and the plebeian aediles, who represented plebeian interests and had the authority to protect plebeians from patrician abuses. Roman political life was also shaped by a complex system of magistracies, with officials elected to serve for fixed terms and perform specific functions. The magistrates were responsible for implementing the laws, administering justice, and managing the affairs of the state. The two highest-ranking magistrates were the consuls, who served as the chief executives of the republic. The consuls were elected annually by the centuriate assembly and held the highest executive authority in Rome. Each year, 2 consuls were elected to serve as co-leaders, providing a system of checks and balances to prevent the concentration of power in the hands of a single individual. The consuls commanded the army, presided over the Senate and the assemblies, and enforced the laws. They also had the power to veto each other's decisions, ensuring a balance of power. The consul's authority was symbolized by the fasces, a bundle of rods with an axe carried by their attendants, known as lictors. The praetors were magistrates responsible for the administration of justice. They presided over civil and criminal courts and had the authority to interpret and apply the law. The praetors also had imperium, the power to command armies, and could serve as military leaders in the absence of the consuls. The office of praetor was an important stepping stone to higher political office, and many praetors later became consuls. The aediles were responsible for the maintenance of public buildings, the management of public festivals, and the regulation of markets and commerce. There were 2 types of aediles: the curuli aediles, who were originally patricians, and the plebeian aediles, who were elected by the plebeian council. The aediles played a key role in ensuring the smooth functioning of the city's infrastructure and public services. The quaestors were financial officers responsible for managing the state's finances, including the collection of taxes, the payment of public expenditures, and the maintenance of public records. Quaestors were often assigned to assist higher-ranking magistrates, such as consuls and governors, in the administration of financial affairs. The office of quaestor was typically the first step in the cursus honorum, the sequence of public offices that ambitious Roman politicians would seek to hold throughout their careers. The censors were magistrates responsible for conducting the census, which involved the registration of citizens, the assessment of property, and the determination of social and political status. The censors also had the authority to review the membership of the Senate and to remove individuals deemed unworthy of serving as senators. The censors played a crucial role in maintaining the moral and social order of Roman society and were elected every 5 years. In times of crisis, the Roman Republic had the provision to appoint a dictator, a magistrate with supreme authority who was granted emergency powers for a limited period, typically 6 months. The dictator was appointed by the consuls and given the mandate to address the specific crisis, whether it was a military threat or a political emergency. The office of dictator was intended to provide strong and decisive leadership in times of need, but its use was carefully regulated to prevent the abuse of power. The Pontifex Maximus was the chief priest of Rome and the head of the College of Pontiffs, a group of priests responsible for overseeing religious practices and maintaining the state calendar. The Pontifex Maximus played a key role in Roman religion, ensuring the proper performance of rituals and ceremonies, and maintaining the favor of the gods. The position was held for life and carried significant influence in both religious and political matters. The Vestal Virgins were a group of priestesses dedicated to the goddess Vesta, the guardian of the hearth and home. The Vestals were responsible for maintaining the sacred fire in the Temple of Vesta, which symbolized the continuity and stability of the Roman state. They were chosen from noble families and served for a period of 30 years, during which they took a vow of chastity. The Vestal Virgins held a unique and respected position in Roman society, and their role was considered essential to the well-being of the city. The Comitia Curiata was one of the oldest assemblies in Rome, originally composed of the 30 curiae, or local divisions of the Roman people. Although its influence declined over time, the Comitia Curiata continued to play a ceremonial role in certain religious and legal matters. It was responsible for granting the imperium to magistrates, performing religious rites, and approving adoptions and wills. Law was a cornerstone of Roman society and governance, and the development of legal institutions and principles played a crucial role in the city's success. The 12 Tables, created in the mid-5th century BCE, were the first written code of laws in Rome and provided a foundation for the Roman legal system. The 12 Tables covered various aspects of public and private life, including property rights, contracts, family law, and criminal offenses. The development of Roman law was marked by a commitment to justice, fairness, and the protection of individual rights. The principles established in the 12 Tables were further refined and expanded by subsequent legal scholars and magistrates. The concept of ius, or law, encompassed both the legal rights and duties of individuals and the broader principles of justice and equity that underpinned the legal system. The Roman legal system was characterized by its flexibility and adaptability. Legal principles and procedures evolved in response to changing social, economic, and political conditions. The development of legal expertise and the role of jurists or legal scholars were central to this process. Jurists provided legal opinions, advised magistrates, and contributed to the development of legal doctrine. The administration of justice in Rome was overseen by magistrates, particularly the praetors, who had the authority to interpret and apply the law. Legal disputes were resolved through a combination of formal legal procedures and arbitration. The emphasis on legal transparency, the protection of individual rights, and the equitable resolution of disputes contributed to the stability and cohesion of Roman society. Religion played a central role in the social and political life of early Rome. The Romans believed that their success and prosperity were closely tied to the favor of the gods, and religious practices were integral to maintaining this divine favor. The state religion was characterized by its polytheistic nature, with a pantheon of gods and goddesses who oversaw various aspects of life and nature. Religious rituals and ceremonies were performed to honor the gods, seek their guidance, and ensure their protection. These rituals were often conducted by priests and priestesses who held specific roles and responsibilities within the religious hierarchy. The College of Pontiffs, led by the Pontifex Maximus, was responsible for overseeing religious practices and maintaining the state calendar. Other religious officials included the augurs, who interpreted the will of the gods through the observation of birds, and the flamines, who served specific deities. Public festivals and ceremonies were an important aspect of Roman religion and provided opportunities for communal participation and celebration. Festivals such as the Lupercalia, Saturnalia, and the Parentalia were marked by rituals, feasting, and games. These events reinforced social bonds, provided a sense of shared identity, and allowed the community to collectively honor the gods. The integration of religion into the political and social structures of Rome helped to create a cohesive and unified society. Religious practices and beliefs were intertwined with the values and principles that guided Roman governance and law. The emphasis on piety, duty, and the protection of the community reflected the broader ideals of Roman culture and contributed to the stability and resilience of the city. The development of Rome's social and political structures was influenced by interactions with neighboring cultures, particularly the Etruscans and the Greeks. The Etruscans, who lived to the north of Rome, were more advanced in many areas of art, engineering, and governance. The early Romans adopted and adapted various Etruscan practices, including religious rituals, architectural styles, and political symbols. The influence of the Greeks, who had established colonies in southern Italy, was also significant. Greek art, literature, philosophy, and political ideas were introduced to Rome through trade and cultural exchange. The early Romans were keen to learn from the Greeks and incorporated many aspects of Greek culture into their own. This blending of cultures contributed to the richness and diversity of Roman civilization and helped to create a vibrant and dynamic society. The willingness to adopt and integrate influences from neighboring cultures was a key factor in Rome's ability to innovate and evolve. This adaptability allowed the early Romans to build a strong and cohesive society that could respond to changing circumstances and challenges. The integration of diverse cultural elements also enriched Roman culture and contributed to its enduring legacy. The transition from monarchy to republic was a significant turning point in Roman history. The early kings had laid the groundwork for many of Rome's institutions and practices, but their rule was ultimately seen as too autocratic and prone to abuse. The establishment of the Republic in 509 BCE was an attempt to create a more balanced and representative system of governance. The early republic retained many of the institutions and practices established during the monarchy, but it also introduced new elements designed to prevent the concentration of power in the hands of a single individual. The consuls, senate, and popular assemblies provided a system of checks and balances that promoted accountability and participation. The values and principles that guided the early republic were rooted in the traditions and experiences of the early kings. The emphasis on civic duty, legal transparency, and the protection of individual rights reflected the lessons learned during the conflict of the orders and the broader struggle for political inclusion. The social and political structures developed during the early history of Rome laid the foundation for the city's future growth and success. The institutions and practices established during this period provided a framework for governance, law, and social organization that would endure for centuries. The early Romans' commitment to community, innovation, and resilience serves as an enduring example of what can be achieved through collective effort and vision. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and integrate diverse influences allowed them to build a city that would stand the test of time. As we continue to explore the history of ancient Rome, we will see how these early developments set the stage for the city's expansion and transformation into a powerful republic and, eventually, a vast empire. The values, institutions, and practices established during this formative period would continue to shape Rome's trajectory and influence countless generations. The story of early Rome is a reminder of the power of human determination and the ability to overcome challenges to achieve greatness. The legacy of Rome's early settlers is still evident today, and their contributions to governance, law, and culture continue to inspire and inform our understanding of history and society. The expansion of Rome's territory was accompanied by significant administrative and legal innovations. As new lands were incorporated into the Republic, it became necessary to develop systems of governance that could manage these diverse and far-flung territories effectively. The creation of provinces was a key development in this regard. Provinces were regions outside Italy that were under Roman control, but governed by local elites under the supervision of Roman officials. These officials, known as provincial governors, were appointed by the Senate and held significant administrative and military authority within their jurisdictions. The governors were responsible for maintaining law and order, collecting taxes, and defending the province against external threats. The provincial system allowed Rome to extend its influence over vast areas without directly administering every aspect of local governance. This decentralized approach was crucial for managing the growing complexity of the Roman state and enabled Rome to integrate a wide variety of cultures and societies into its political framework. The legal system also evolved to meet the demands of a growing and diverse empire. The Roman legal tradition, which had its roots in the 12 Tables, continued to develop and expand. One of the key features of Roman law was its flexibility and adaptability. Roman jurists and lawmakers were adept at creating legal principles that could be applied across different contexts and cultures. This adaptability was crucial for maintaining social order and stability in a vast and diverse empire. One of the most important legal innovations was the development of the jus gentium, or the law of nations. This body of law was designed to regulate relations between Roman citizens and non-citizens and to provide a framework for resolving disputes that involve people from different cultural backgrounds. The Juris Gentium was based on principles of natural law and equity, and it played a crucial role in promoting fairness and justice in the Roman legal system. In addition to the Jus Gentium, the Romans also developed the concept of the praetor peregrinus, a magistrate responsible for administering justice in cases involving foreigners. The praetor peregrinus had wide-ranging judicial powers and played a key role in ensuring that the legal system could accommodate the needs of a diverse and cosmopolitan population. The administrative and legal innovations of the early republic were accompanied by significant social and cultural changes. The expansion of Rome brought new ideas, technologies, and cultural practices into the city. This process of cultural exchange and assimilation enriched Roman society and contributed to the development of a distinctive Roman identity. The influence of Greek culture was particularly significant. As Rome expanded into the Greek-speaking world, it came into contact with Greek art, philosophy, literature, and science. Many wealthy Romans adopted Greek customs and practices, and Greek tutors and philosophers became highly sought after. This cultural assimilation had a profound impact on Roman intellectual life and helped to shape the development of Roman art, literature, and philosophy. Religion also played a central role in Roman society. The state religion, with its complex system of gods and rituals, was closely intertwined with political and social life. Religious festivals and ceremonies were important public events that reinforced social cohesion and provided opportunities for communal participation. The Roman calendar was filled with religious observances, each dedicated to different gods and goddesses, reflecting the polytheistic nature of Roman religion. The integration of new gods and religious practices from conquered peoples was a common feature of Roman religion. This practice, known as interpretatio Romana, involved identifying foreign gods with Roman deities and incorporating their worship into the Roman religious system. This inclusive approach helped to integrate diverse populations into the Roman state and promoted social harmony. The establishment of the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest responsible for overseeing religious practices, and the Vestal Virgins who tended the sacred fire of Vesta, were critical to maintaining the religious and moral integrity of the Republic. These religious institutions provided continuity and stability, linking past traditions with the evolving present. The early Republic was also a period of significant architectural and engineering achievements. The construction of roads, aqueducts, temples, and public buildings transformed the urban landscape of Rome and facilitated the growth of the city. Roman engineering was renowned for its innovation and efficiency, and the infrastructure developed during this period laid the foundations for the future expansion of the empire. The development of the Roman road system was particularly important. Roads such as the Via Appia and the Via Flaminia connected Rome with distant parts of the Italian peninsula and facilitated the movement of troops, goods, and information. The road system played a crucial role in the expansion and maintenance of the Roman state, enabling rapid communication and efficient administration. Aqueducts were another remarkable achievement of Roman engineering. These structures brought fresh water from distant sources into the city, ensuring a reliable supply of clean water for drinking, bathing, and sanitation. The construction of aqueducts such as the Aqua Appia and the Aqua Marcia transformed urban life in Rome and contributed to the city's growth and prosperity. Public buildings and temples also played a central role in Roman civic life. The construction of the Roman Forum, with its temples, basilicas, and public spaces, created a focal point for political, religious, and social activities. Temples dedicated to gods such as Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva were important centers of worship and community life. These buildings were not only architectural marvels, but also symbols of Roman power and piety. The early Republic was a time of dynamic change and development, marked by significant political, social, and cultural transformations. The foundations laid during this period would shape the future trajectory of Rome and contribute to the enduring legacy of the Roman Republic. As Rome continued to grow and expand, it faced new challenges and opportunities. The Republic's ability to adapt and innovate in response to these challenges was a key factor in its success. The development of legal and administrative systems, the integration of diverse cultures, and the achievements in engineering and architecture all played a crucial role in the Republic's growth and stability. The early Republic was not without its conflicts and struggles, but it was a period of remarkable achievement and progress. The principles of republican governance, the emphasis on civic duty, and the commitment to justice and equity laid the groundwork for the future success of Rome and its transformation into a powerful and enduring empire. As we reflect on the early history of the Roman Republic, we can see how the foundations laid during this period influenced the development of Western civilization. The political, legal, and cultural innovations of the early Republic have left an indelible mark on history and continue to inspire and inform our understanding of governance, law, and society. The expansion of Rome's influence was not just limited to the Italian peninsula. As the Republic grew stronger, it began to look beyond its borders to establish control over the Mediterranean region. This period of expansion was driven by a combination of military conquest, strategic alliances, and economic interests. The desire to control key trade routes and access valuable resources motivated many of Rome's campaigns. One of the earliest significant expansions beyond Italy was the First Punic War, 264-241 BCE, fought between Rome and Carthage. This war was primarily a struggle for control over the island of Sicily, a crucial strategic and economic hub in the Mediterranean. Rome's victory in this war marked the beginning of its overseas expansion and established it as a dominant naval power. The Second Punic War, 218-201 BCE, further cemented Rome's position as a leading Mediterranean power. The war is famous for the Carthaginian general Hannibal's daring crossing of the Alps with his army and elephants to invade Italy. Despite initial successes, Hannibal was eventually defeated by the Roman general Scipio Africanus. Rome's victory in the Second Punic War gave it control over much of the western Mediterranean, including Spain and parts of North Africa. The expansion continued with the conquest of the Hellenistic kingdoms in the eastern Mediterranean. The Macedonian Wars, 214-148 BCE, resulted in Rome's domination of Greece and the establishment of Roman provinces in the region. The incorporation of the rich and culturally sophisticated Greek cities into the Roman state had a profound impact on Roman culture, leading to the further Hellenization of Roman society. Economic motivations played a significant role in Rome's expansionist policies. The control of trade routes, access to resources such as grain, metals, and slaves, and the acquisition of wealth from conquered territories were key factors driving Roman military campaigns. The influx of wealth from these conquests transformed Roman society, leading to increased social stratification and the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few elite families. The expansion also had significant social and political consequences. The incorporation of diverse populations into the Roman state required new approaches to governance and administration. The extension of Roman citizenship to conquered peoples, the development of legal frameworks to accommodate different cultures, and the integration of local elites into the Roman political system were all strategies used to maintain control and stability in the expanding republic. The social fabric of Rome was also affected by the influx of slaves from conquered territories. Slavery became a central institution in Roman society, with slaves working in agriculture, industry, and domestic settings. The reliance on slave labor had profound implications for the Roman economy and social structure, leading to tensions and conflicts that would later contribute to the decline of the Republic. The military success of Rome was not just due to its superior strategy and tactics, but also to the discipline and organization of its army. The Roman legions were highly trained and well-equipped, and the Roman military system was characterized by its ability to adapt and innovate. The use of standardized equipment, the development of advanced siege techniques, and the implementation of effective logistical support systems were all factors that contributed to Rome's military prowess. One of the key elements of the Roman military system was the principle of maniple-based organization. The Roman legion was divided into smaller units called maniples, each consisting of about 120 soldiers. This structure allowed for greater flexibility and maneuverability on the battlefield, enabling Roman commanders to respond more effectively to changing tactical situations. The manipular system was a significant innovation that gave the Roman army a tactical edge over its enemies. The development of a professional officer corps was another important aspect of the Roman military. Commanders were often experienced soldiers who had risen through the ranks, and the cursus honorum provided a structured career path for military officers. This system ensured that the Roman army was led by capable and experienced leaders who could effectively manage large-scale military operations. The Roman military also placed a strong emphasis on engineering and infrastructure. The construction of roads, fortifications, and camps was a key aspect of Roman military operations. The ability to build and maintain extensive networks of roads allowed the Roman army to move quickly and efficiently across vast distances. Fortifications and camps provided secure bases from which to launch operations and maintain control over conquered territories. The combination of discipline, organization, innovation, and infrastructure made the Roman army a formidable force. The success of the Roman military was a crucial factor in the expansion and maintenance of the Republic, and it played a central role in shaping the course of Roman history. The period of the early Republic was also marked by significant cultural achievements. The assimilation of Greek culture had a profound impact on Roman art, literature, and philosophy. Roman writers such as Plautus and Terence adapted Greek plays to Roman tastes, creating a distinctive Roman theatrical tradition. The influence of Greek philosophy, particularly the works of Plato and Aristotle, shaped Roman intellectual life and contributed to the development of Roman legal and political thought. The early Republic saw the emergence of a distinctive Roman architectural style, characterized by the use of arches, vaults, and concrete. The construction of monumental buildings such as the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, and the Basilica Porcia demonstrated the engineering prowess and aesthetic sensibilities of the Romans. These structures not only served practical purposes, but also symbolized the power and grandeur of the Republic. The development of Roman law during this period laid the foundations for the legal systems of many modern states. The principles of Roman law, such as the concepts of legal precedent, the rights of individuals, and the importance of written laws, have had a lasting impact on Western legal traditions. The codification of laws, the development of legal institutions, and the emphasis on fairness and justice were all key aspects of the Roman legal system that continued to influence modern jurisprudence. Religion continued to play a central role in Roman life. The state religion, with its complex system of gods, rituals, and festivals, was closely intertwined with political and social life. Religious observances were an important aspect of public life, and the participation in religious rituals reinforced social cohesion and provided a sense of community. The establishment of the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest responsible for overseeing religious practices, and the Vestal Virgins, who tended the sacred fire of Vesta, were crucial to maintaining the religious and moral integrity of the Republic. The expansion of Rome also necessitated new approaches to governance and administration. The development of the provincial system allowed Rome to manage its vast and diverse territories effectively. Provincial governors were responsible for maintaining law and order, collecting taxes, and defending the province against external threats. This system of decentralized governance enabled Rome to integrate a wide variety of cultures and societies into its political framework while maintaining overall control and stability. The early Republic was a time of dynamic change and development, marked by significant political, social, and cultural transformations. The foundations laid during this period would shape the future trajectory of Rome and contribute to the enduring legacy of the Roman Republic. As Rome continued to grow and expand, it faced new challenges and opportunities. The Republic's ability to adapt and innovate in response to these challenges was a key factor in its success. The governance structure of the Roman Republic was a complex and sophisticated system that balanced the interests of different social classes and provided mechanisms for public participation and accountability. Central to this system were the Senate and the popular assemblies, which played critical roles in the political and legislative processes of the Republic. The Senate was one of the oldest and most enduring institutions of the Roman Republic. It traced its origins back to the early days of the Roman kingdom, where it served as an advisory body to the kings. With the establishment of the Republic, the Senate became even more influential, acting as a council of elders composed of Rome's most experienced and respected statesmen. Senators were typically drawn from the patrician class, though over time, wealthy and influential plebeians also gained entry. Membership in the Senate was a lifelong position, which allowed for continuity and stability in governance. The Senate was responsible for providing counsel to the consuls and other magistrates, deliberating on important state matters and shaping foreign and domestic policy. While it did not have formal legislative power, its decrees, known as senatus consulta, were highly influential and often guided the decisions of the popular assemblies. One of the Senate's key functions was to oversee foreign policy and military affairs. It had the authority to declare war, negotiate treaties, and manage diplomatic relations with other states. The Senate also controlled the allocation of military resources and the appointment of commanders. This role was critical in ensuring that Rome's military campaigns were strategically coordinated and effectively managed. The Senate's influence extended to economic and financial matters as well. It supervised the collection of taxes, managed state expenditures, and oversaw the administration of public finances. Senators, who were often landowners and wealthy elites, had a vested interest in maintaining economic stability and promoting policies that supported the growth and prosperity of the Republic. In addition to the Senate, the Roman Republic also had several popular assemblies that played a crucial role in the legislative and electoral processes. The most important of these assemblies were the Centuriate Assembly, Comitia Centuriata, the Tribal Assembly, Comitia Tributa, and the Plebeian Council, Concilium Plebis. The Centuriate Assembly was one of the oldest and most significant assemblies in the Republic. It was organized based on the Roman military structure, with citizens divided into centuries according to their wealth and military equipment. The assembly was responsible for electing the highest magistrates, including the consuls, praetors, and censors. It also had the authority to declare war and pass laws, particularly those related to military and foreign affairs. The organization of the Centuriate Assembly reflected the social and economic hierarchy of Rome. Wealthier citizens who could afford to equip themselves for battle were placed in higher centuries and had greater voting power. This structure ensured that the interests of the elite were well represented, but it also provided a mechanism for broader public participation, as all citizens had the right to vote, regardless of their economic status. The Tribal Assembly was another important legislative body, organized based on the 35 tribes into which Roman citizens were divided. Unlike the Centuriate Assembly, which was weighted towards the wealthy, the Tribal Assembly provided a more democratic forum where each tribe had an equal vote. This assembly was responsible for electing lower magistrates, such as quaestors and aediles, and for passing laws on a wide range of issues, including public works, legal procedures, and social policies. The Tribal Assembly played a crucial role in ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens were heard in the legislative process. It provided a forum for debate and discussion on matters of public interest and allowed for greater public participation in governance. The Assembly's decisions, known as plebiscites, had the force of law and were binding on all Roman citizens. The Plebeian Council was a unique institution that represented the interests of the plebeians, the common people of Rome. It was established as a result of the conflict of the orders, a prolonged struggle between the patricians and plebeians for political and social equality. The council was organized similarly to the Tribal Assembly, with plebeians divided into tribes, and it was presided over by the tribunes of the plebs. The plebeian council had the authority to pass laws, known as plebiscites, that applied specifically to the plebeians. Over time, these laws gained legal force for the entire Roman population, further integrating plebeian interests into the broader political system. The council also had the power to elect tribunes and plebeian aediles, who were responsible for protecting the rights of the plebeians and overseeing various public duties. The tribunes of the plebs were especially significant in the governance structure of the Republic. They had the power to veto actions by the consuls and other magistrates that were deemed unjust or harmful to the plebeians. This veto power, known as intercessio, was a critical check on the authority of the patrician-dominated Senate and magistracy. Tribunes could also convene the plebeian council and propose legislation, making them powerful advocates for the common people. The interplay between the Senate and the popular assemblies created a system of checks and balances that was central to the functioning of the Roman Republic. The Senate provided experience, continuity, and expertise, while the assemblies ensured public participation and accountability. This balance of power helped to prevent the concentration of authority in the hands of a few individuals and promoted a more inclusive and equitable form of governance. However, this system was not without its tensions and conflicts. The interests of the Senate and the assemblies often clashed, particularly on issues related to economic policy, social reform, and foreign affairs. The patrician-dominated Senate was generally conservative and resistant to change, while the popular assemblies, influenced by the plebeian tribunes, often pushed for more radical reforms to address the needs and grievances of the common people. One of the most significant sources of tension was the distribution of land and wealth. As Rome expanded and acquired new territories, the question of how to distribute the spoils of conquest became increasingly contentious. The Senate, representing the interests of the elite, often sought to maintain control over these resources, while the plebeian tribunes and the assemblies advocated for more equitable distribution to benefit the broader population. The issue of land reform was particularly contentious. Many plebeians, who were small farmers, faced economic pressures and debt, and they sought relief through the redistribution of public land, ager publicus. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, were notable tribunes who championed land reform in the 2nd century BCE. Their efforts to pass legislation that would redistribute land to the poor led to significant political upheaval and ultimately their deaths. The struggle between the Senate and the assemblies over land reform highlighted the broader social and economic tensions within the Republic. It also underscored the limitations of the Roman governance system in addressing the needs and demands of a growing and diverse population. Despite these challenges, the Senate and the assemblies continued to play vital roles in the governance of the Republic, shaping its policies and guiding its development. The governance structure of the Roman Republic also included other important magistrates and officials who played key roles in the administration of the state. These included the praetors, who were responsible for administering justice, the censors, who conducted the census and oversaw public morals, and the aediles, who managed public works and festivals. Each of these officials was elected by the popular assemblies and held office for a limited term, ensuring regular turnover and accountability. The Roman governance system was characterized by its complexity and flexibility. It allowed for a wide range of voices and interests to be represented and provided mechanisms for public participation and oversight. This system of checks and balances helped to prevent the concentration of power and promoted a more inclusive and equitable form of governance. The governance structure of the Roman Republic was a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of the Romans. It allowed them to manage a growing and diverse state, balance the interests of different social classes, and respond to the challenges and opportunities of an expanding empire. The principles and institutions established during this period laid the foundations for the future development of Roman governance and have left a lasting legacy on Western political thought and practice. The period of the early Republic was also marked by significant cultural achievements. The assimilation of Greek culture had a profound impact on Roman art, literature, and philosophy. Roman writers such as Plautus and Terence adapted Greek plays to Roman tastes, creating a distinctive Roman theatrical tradition. The influence of Greek philosophy, particularly the works of Plato and Aristotle, shaped Roman intellectual life and contributed to the development of Roman legal and political thought. Religion continued to play a central role in Roman life. The state religion, with its complex system of gods, rituals, and festivals, was closely intertwined with political and social life. Religious observances were an important aspect of public life, and participation in religious rituals reinforced social cohesion and provided a sense of community. The establishment of the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest responsible for overseeing religious practices, and the Vestal Virgins, who tended the sacred fire of Vesta, were crucial to maintaining the religious and moral integrity of the Republic. The expansion of Rome also necessitated new approaches to governance and administration. The development of the provincial system allowed Rome to manage its vast and diverse territories effectively. Provincial governors were responsible for maintaining law and order, collecting taxes, and defending the province against external threats. This system of decentralized governance enabled Rome to integrate a wide variety of cultures and societies into its political framework while maintaining overall control and stability. The early Republic was a time of dynamic change and development, marked by significant political, social, and cultural transformations. The foundations laid during this period would shape the future trajectory of Rome and contribute to the enduring legacy of the Roman Republic. As Rome continued to grow and expand, it faced new challenges and opportunities. The Republic's ability to adapt and innovate in response to these challenges was a key factor in its success. The interplay between the Senate and the popular assemblies was central to the functioning of the Roman Republic. The Senate provided experience, continuity, and expertise, while the assemblies ensured public participation and accountability. This balance of power helped to prevent the concentration of authority in the hands of a few individuals and promoted a more inclusive and equitable form of governance. The Senate was the heart of the Roman political system, comprising Rome's elite and experienced statesmen. Senators were typically former magistrates who had served in various public offices, bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to their roles. The Senate was responsible for advising the consuls, debating important state matters, and shaping foreign and domestic policy. While it did not have formal legislative power, its decrees were highly influential and often guided the decisions of the popular assemblies. The Centuriate Assembly was one of the oldest and most significant assemblies in the Republic, organized based on the Roman military structure. Citizens were divided into centuries according to their wealth and military equipment, with wealthier citizens having greater voting power. The assembly was responsible for electing the highest magistrates, including the consuls, praetors, and censors. It also had the authority to declare war and pass laws related to military and foreign affairs. The organization of the Centuriate Assembly reflected the social and economic hierarchy of Rome, ensuring that the interests of the elite were well represented. However, it also provided a mechanism for broader public participation, as all citizens had the right to vote, regardless of their economic status. This structure balanced the need for experienced leadership with the principles of republican governance and public involvement. The plebeian council represented the interests of the plebeians and was established as a result of the conflict of the orders. It was organized similarly to the tribal assembly and was presided over by the tribunes of the plebs. The council had the authority to pass laws that applied specifically to the plebeians, and over time, these laws gained legal force for the entire Roman population. The council also had the power to elect tribunes and plebeian aediles, who were responsible for protecting the rights of the plebeians and overseeing various public duties. The tribunes of the plebs were especially significant in the governance structure of the Republic. They had the power to veto actions by the consuls and other magistrates that were deemed unjust or harmful to the plebeians. This veto power was a critical check on the authority of the patrician-dominated Senate and magistracy. Tribunes could also convene the plebeian council and propose legislation, making them powerful advocates for the common people. The interplay between the Senate and the popular assemblies created a system of checks and balances that was central to the functioning of the Roman Republic. The Senate provided experience, continuity, and expertise, while the assemblies ensured public participation and accountability. This balance of power helped to prevent the concentration of authority in the hands of a few individuals and promoted a more inclusive and equitable form of governance. However, this system was not without its tensions and conflicts. The interests of the Senate and the assemblies often clashed, particularly on issues related to economic policy, social reform, and foreign affairs. The patrician-dominated Senate was generally conservative and resistant to change, while the popular assemblies, influenced by the plebeian tribunes, often pushed for more radical reforms to address the needs and grievances of the common people. One of the most significant sources of tension was the distribution of land and wealth. As Rome expanded and acquired new territories, the question of how to distribute the spoils of conquest became increasingly contentious. The Senate, representing the interests of the elite, often sought to maintain control over these resources, while the plebeian tribunes and the assemblies advocated for more equitable distribution to benefit the broader population. The issue of land reform was particularly contentious. Many plebeians, who were small farmers, faced economic pressures and debt, and they sought relief through the redistribution of public land, ager publicus. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, were notable tribunes who championed land reform in the 2nd century BCE. Their efforts to pass legislation that would redistribute land to the poor led to significant political upheaval and ultimately their deaths. The struggle between the Senate and the assemblies over land reform highlighted the broader social and economic tensions within the Republic. It also underscored the limitations of the Roman governance system in addressing the needs and demands of a growing and diverse population. Despite these challenges, the Senate and the assemblies continued to play vital roles in the governance of the Republic, shaping its policies and guiding its development. The governance structure of the Roman Republic also included other important magistrates and officials who played key roles in the administration of the state. These included the praetors, who were responsible for administering justice, the censors, who conducted the census and oversaw public morals, and the aediles, who managed public works and festivals. Each of these officials was elected by the popular assemblies and held office for a limited term, ensuring regular turnover and accountability. The Roman governance system was characterized by its complexity and flexibility. It allowed for a wide range of voices and interests to be represented and provided mechanisms for public participation and oversight. This system of checks and balances helped to prevent the concentration of power and promoted a more inclusive and equitable form of governance. The governance structure of the Roman Republic was a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of the Romans. It allowed them to manage a growing and diverse state, balance the interests of different social classes, and respond to the challenges and opportunities of an expanding empire. The principles and institutions established during this period laid the foundations for the future development of Roman governance and have left a lasting legacy on Western political thought and practice. The Samnite Wars were a series of protracted conflicts between the Roman Republic and the Samnites, a fierce and resilient Italic tribe inhabiting the central and southern Apennines. These wars played a crucial role in shaping Roman military tactics and expanding Roman control over the Italian peninsula. The Samnite Wars are typically divided into 3 main phases. The First Samnite War, 343-341 BCE, the Second Samnite War, 326-304 BCE, and the Third Samnite War, 298-290 BCE. The First Samnite War began against a backdrop of Roman expansion and increasing competition for control over Italy. The immediate cause of the conflict was the city of Capua, which sought Roman protection against the Samnites. Capua, a wealthy and strategically important city in Campania, found itself under pressure from the Samnite tribes. In response to Capua's plea for help, Rome intervened, seeing an opportunity to extend its influence in the region. The Roman Senate decided to act, marking the beginning of the First Samnite War. Roman military campaigns during this war were initially successful. The Roman legions managed to secure several key victories against the Samnites, demonstrating their growing prowess and strategic capabilities. However, the war was relatively short-lived, ending in 341 BCE, with a peace treaty that allowed both Rome and the Samnites to retain their territorial gains. The terms of the peace were seen as favorable to Rome, as they solidified Roman influence in Campania and set the stage for future conflicts. The Second Samnite War was far more extensive and brutal than the first. It erupted in 326 BCE due to renewed tensions over territorial control in Campania and the surrounding regions. This war tested Rome's military and strategic limits. Early in the conflict, the Samnites achieved a significant victory at the Battle of the Caudine Forks in 321 BCE, where a Roman army was trapped in a mountain pass and forced to surrender. The Romans were compelled to pass under the yoke, a symbolic act of humiliation that deeply affected Roman pride and morale. In response to this defeat, Rome undertook a series of military reforms. The construction of the Via Appia, a major road linking Rome to Capua, facilitated the rapid movement of troops and supplies, enhancing Rome's logistical capabilities. Additionally, the Roman legions adopted more flexible tactics, learning to adapt their traditional rigid formations to the rugged and variable terrain of Samnium. These changes were crucial in turning the tide of the war. The renewed Roman efforts led to several key victories. By 305 BCE, Roman forces had managed to capture important Samnite strongholds, and the Samnites were compelled to negotiate peace. The peace treaty of 304 BCE marked the end of the Second Samnite War, with Rome emerging as the dominant power in central Italy. This war had significant implications for Roman military strategy and infrastructure, setting a precedent for future campaigns. The Third Samnite War, which began in 298 BCE, was part of a broader coalition of Italic tribes, including the Etruscans, Umbrians, and Gauls, who sought to resist Roman domination. This coalition posed a formidable challenge to Rome, as it brought together multiple tribes with a common interest in curbing Roman expansion. The initial stages of the war saw intense and widespread fighting, with both sides experiencing victories and losses. A critical turning point in the Third Samnite War was the Battle of Sentinum in 295 BCE. This battle was one of the largest and most decisive engagements of the Samnite Wars. Roman forces, led by consuls Publius Decius Mus and Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus, faced a formidable coalition army. The battle was fiercely contested, with both sides demonstrating remarkable bravery and tactical skill. Publius Decius Mus, in a dramatic and self-sacrificial act known as devotio, dedicated himself and his life to the gods of the underworld to secure victory for Rome. His act of devotion inspired the Roman troops and played a crucial role in their eventual triumph. The Roman victory at Sentinum effectively shattered the coalition forces and marked a decisive step toward Roman hegemony in Italy. The aftermath of the Battle of Sentinum saw continued Roman advances. By 290 BCE, the Samnites were thoroughly defeated, and their territory was incorporated into the Roman Republic. The end of the Third Samnite War marked the complete subjugation of the Samnite tribes and the consolidation of Roman control over central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars were pivotal in Rome's expansionist policy and had profound social, political, and military implications. The conflicts demonstrated Rome's ability to adapt and innovate in response to military challenges. The wars also led to significant changes in Roman military organization, including the development of more flexible tactics and the construction of critical infrastructure such as roads. These changes enhanced Rome's capacity to project power and maintain control over its expanding territories. Politically, the wars contributed to the centralization of Roman authority and the integration of diverse Italic tribes into the Roman state. The incorporation of the Samnite territory into the Roman Republic laid the groundwork for further expansion and consolidation of Roman power across the Italian peninsula. The experience gained and the lessons learned during the Samnite Wars would prove invaluable in Rome's subsequent conflicts and conquests. In addition to their military and political impact, the Samnite Wars also had significant social repercussions. The prolonged conflicts and the need for a large standing army led to changes in Roman society, including the increasing importance of the military in Roman political life. The wars also facilitated the spread of Roman culture and influence throughout Italy, as conquered territories were gradually integrated into the Roman state and Roman ways of life. The impact of the Samnite Wars extended beyond immediate military and territorial gains. They served as a crucible for Roman military innovation. The Roman legions emerged from these conflicts as a more adaptable and resilient force, capable of operating effectively in diverse terrains and against various foes. The emphasis on building infrastructure, such as roads and fortifications, not only facilitated military logistics, but also stimulated economic development and integration across the Italian peninsula. The legacy of the Samnite Wars can also be seen in the Roman approach to governance and administration. The incorporation of conquered peoples into the Roman state through a combination of military subjugation and political integration became a hallmark of Roman expansion. The Roman Republic developed a system of alliances and dependencies that allowed it to maintain control over a vast and culturally diverse territory without the need for constant military intervention. The conclusion of the Samnite Wars marked a significant turning point in Roman history. With the subjugation of the Samnites, Rome emerged as the unchallenged power in central Italy, setting the stage for further expansion. The lessons learned and the strategies developed during these wars would be applied in subsequent conflicts, including the wars against Pyrrhus of Epirus and the Punic Wars against Carthage. In summary, the Samnite Wars were a series of critical conflicts that played a central role in the expansion of the Roman Republic. Through these wars, Rome demonstrated its military resilience, strategic adaptability, and capacity for innovation. The successful conclusion of the Samnite Wars established Rome as the dominant power in Italy and set the stage for its future conquests and the eventual rise of the Roman Empire. These wars were not only a testament to Roman military prowess, but also a key factor in the political and social evolution of the Roman state. The Pyrrhic War, 280–275 BCE, was a significant conflict between Rome and Pyrrhus of Epirus, a Hellenistic king whose military campaigns challenged Rome's growing influence in southern Italy. This war is notable for introducing Rome to the warfare techniques of the Hellenistic world and highlighting the Republic's determination to resist foreign invaders. The war began when the Greek city of Tarentum in southern Italy sought assistance against Roman encroachment. Tarentum, a powerful city-state with a strong navy, had a history of conflict with Rome and was concerned about Rome's increasing influence in the region. In 282 BCE, a Roman fleet entered the Gulf of Tarentum, violating a treaty that forbade Roman ships from entering Tarentum's waters. This incident led to open hostilities, and Tarentum called upon Pyrrhus for aid. Pyrrhus, a cousin of Alexander the Great and an ambitious ruler with dreams of emulating Alexander's conquests, saw an opportunity to expand his influence in the West. He agreed to help Tarentum and arrived in Italy in 280 BCE with a well-trained army including 20 war elephants, an unfamiliar sight to the Romans. His forces were composed of seasoned Epirotus soldiers, Greek mercenaries, and a contingent of war elephants, which were considered a formidable element in Hellenistic warfare. The first major engagement of the war was the Battle of Heraclea in 280 BCE. Pyrrhus, employing his elephants effectively, secured a hard-fought victory against the Roman legions, led by consul Publius Valerius Laevinus. The elephants caused panic among the Roman cavalry and infantry, who had never faced such creatures before. Despite their defeat, the Romans inflicted heavy casualties on Pyrrhus's forces, demonstrating their resilience and tactical discipline. Pyrrhus famously remarked that another such victory would utterly destroy him, coining the term Pyrrhic victory to describe a win achieved at such a devastating cost that it is tantamount to defeat. Undeterred by the heavy losses, Pyrrhus continued his campaign in Italy, aiming to consolidate his position and gather support from other Greek cities and Italic tribes. In 279 BCE, he faced the Romans again at the Battle of Asculum. This time, the Romans were better prepared for the elephants, using wagons equipped with spikes and other devices to counter them. The battle was intense and bloody, lasting 2 days. Pyrrhus eventually won, but once again at a great cost, losing many of his best troops. Despite these victories, Pyrrhus found it difficult to secure lasting support from other Greek cities and Italic tribes. His ambitions were further strained by his decision to campaign in Sicily against the Carthaginians, hoping to establish a foothold there. The Greek cities in Sicily welcomed him as a liberator from Carthaginian domination, and Pyrrhus managed to drive the Carthaginians from much of the island. However, his harsh rule and demands for resources alienated his Sicilian allies, leading to a loss of support. While Pyrrhus was in Sicily, the Romans regrouped and reorganized. They built new fleets and fortified their positions in southern Italy. Pyrrhus's Sicilian campaign was ultimately unsuccessful, and he returned to Italy in 276 BCE to find a more resilient Roman force awaiting him. His inability to secure a decisive and sustained victory in Sicily weakened his position significantly. The decisive battle of the Punic War took place at Beneventum in 275 BCE. Here, Roman forces, led by consul Manius Curius Dentatus, managed to counter Pyrrhus's elephants and achieve a significant victory. The Romans had developed effective tactics to neutralize the elephants, using javelins and coordinated infantry maneuvers. Pyrrhus, recognizing the futility of continuing the conflict, withdrew to Epirus, leaving his Italian allies to fend for themselves. The Pyrrhic War demonstrated Rome's ability to adapt and innovate in the face of new military challenges. The Romans learned valuable lessons in Hellenistic warfare, which they would later apply in their own military campaigns. The war also solidified Rome's control over southern Italy and discouraged future interventions by Hellenistic rulers in the region. The war had several lasting impacts on Rome and its military. Firstly, the exposure to Hellenistic warfare techniques, including the use of elephants and the phalanx formation, provided the Romans with new tactical knowledge. They adapted and incorporated some of these elements into their own military doctrine, enhancing their effectiveness in future battles. Secondly, the Punic War underscored the importance of logistics and adaptability. The Romans' ability to rebuild their forces, develop countermeasures against the elephants, and sustain prolonged military campaigns demonstrated their growing organizational and logistical capabilities. This adaptability would become a hallmark of Roman military strategy in the centuries to come. The war also had significant political and diplomatic ramifications. Pyrrhus' failure to secure a decisive victory and his eventual withdrawal from Italy diminished his reputation as a military commander and weakened his influence in the Greek world. For Rome, the successful defense against a renowned Hellenistic general bolstered its prestige and reinforced its position as a rising power in the Mediterranean. In the aftermath of the Pyrrhic War, Rome moved swiftly to consolidate its gains in southern Italy. The Greek cities and Italic tribes that had supported Pyrrhus were either subdued or incorporated into the Roman sphere of influence. Tarentum, the initial instigator of the conflict, was eventually forced to surrender and became a Roman ally. This consolidation of power laid the groundwork for Rome's future expansion into the broader Mediterranean world. The Pyrrhic War also had a lasting impact on Roman foreign policy. The experience of facing a foreign invader with a professional army and advanced military tactics influenced Roman strategic thinking. Rome became more aware of the potential threats posed by other Hellenistic kingdoms and began to develop a more proactive and expansionist foreign policy to secure its interests. Culturally, the war brought greater interaction between Rome and the Hellenistic world. The influx of Greek culture, art, and ideas that followed the war had a profound influence on Roman society. Greek tutors, philosophers, and artisans became highly sought after in Rome, leading to a significant Hellenization of Roman culture. This cultural exchange enriched Roman intellectual and artistic life and laid the foundations for the later blending of Greek and Roman traditions. In summary, the Pyrrhic War was a pivotal conflict that had far-reaching consequences for both Rome and Pyrrhus of Epirus. For Rome, the war was a critical test of its military capabilities and resilience. The lessons learned and the innovations developed during this conflict strengthened Rome's military and strategic position, paving the way for its future dominance in the Mediterranean. For Pyrrhus, the war represented both a demonstration of his military prowess and a stark reminder of the limits of his ambitions. His failure to achieve a lasting victory in Italy marked the decline of his influence and foreshadowed the challenges that other Hellenistic rulers would face in confronting the rising power of Rome. The Pyrrhic War is remembered not only for its military significance, but also for its impact on Roman culture and foreign policy. It was a defining moment in the early history of the Roman Republic, illustrating the challenges and opportunities that came with its expansion and the complex interplay of diplomacy, warfare, and cultural exchange in the ancient world. The Social War, 91 to 88 BCE, also known as the Italian War or the Marsic War, was a significant internal conflict within the Roman Republic, pitting Rome against its Italian allies, socii, who sought greater political rights and citizenship. The war had profound implications for Roman society and governance, leading to significant political and social reforms. The origins of the social war lay in the long-standing grievances of Rome's Italian allies. Despite their contributions to Rome's military campaigns and their integration into the Roman economic system, these allies were denied Roman citizenship. This exclusion meant they lacked the political rights and privileges enjoyed by Roman citizens, such as voting and holding public office. Over time, this disparity led to growing resentment and demands for greater inclusion in the Roman political system. Tensions reached a boiling point in 91 BCE when Marcus Livius Drusus, a tribune of the plebs, proposed a series of reforms aimed at addressing the grievances of the Italian allies. His proposals included extending Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of Italy, redistributing public land, and reforming the judicial system to reduce the power of the equestrian order. These reforms faced stiff opposition from the Roman Senate and other powerful interests, leading to Drusus's assassination. His death served as a catalyst for the outbreak of the social war, as many Italian allies lost hope in achieving their rights through peaceful means. The war began in earnest when several Italian cities and tribes, including the Marsi, Samnites, and Lucanians, formed a coalition and declared their independence from Rome. They established their own confederation with its capital at Corfinium, which they renamed Italica. The confederation adopted Roman-style political institutions, including a senate and consuls, and even minted its own coinage. The rebels aimed to create an independent Italian state that would secure their rights and freedoms. The social war was marked by intense and brutal fighting across central and southern Italy. Both sides mobilized large armies, with the Roman legions facing battle-hardened Italian forces who had previously fought alongside them in numerous campaigns. The war saw a series of battles and sieges, with fortune swinging back and forth between the two sides. One of the initial major battles of the war was the Battle of the Tolenus River in 90 BCE, where the Roman forces, led by the consul Publius Rutilius Lupus, were defeated by the Marsi under the command of Quintus Poppaedius Silo. This defeat was a significant blow to Roman morale and demonstrated the determination and capability of the Italian allies. In response to early setbacks, Rome appointed experienced commanders to lead its forces, including Lucius Cornelius Sulla and Gaius Marius, both of whom had distinguished military careers. Sulla, in particular, played a crucial role in turning the tide of the war. He achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of Nola in 89 BCE, which marked the beginning of a series of Roman successes. Sulla's effective leadership and tactical acumen helped to gradually weaken the resolve and cohesion of the Italian Confederation. Despite the initial successes of the Italian allies, internal divisions and the superior resources of Rome began to take their toll. The Roman Senate, recognizing the seriousness of the threat, enacted the Lex Julia in 90 BCE, which offered Roman citizenship to all Italian allies who remained loyal to Rome or laid down their arms. This concession significantly undermined the rebel cause, as many communities saw the opportunity to achieve their goals without further bloodshed. The Lex Julia was followed by additional laws, such as the Lex Plautia Papiria in 89 BCE, which extended citizenship to all free inhabitants of Italy who applied within a specified period. These measures effectively addressed the primary grievances of the Italian allies and eroded support for the rebellion. Many of the insurgents accepted the offer of citizenship and returned to their allegiance to Rome. The social war formally ended in 88 BCE when the remaining rebel strongholds surrendered and their leaders were either captured or killed. The resolution of the war saw the full integration of the Italian allies into the Roman state, fundamentally transforming the political landscape of the Republic. The extension of Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of Italy helped to unify the peninsula under a single political and legal system. The aftermath of the social war had significant and lasting impacts on the Roman Republic. The incorporation of the Italian allies into the Roman citizen body altered the demographic and political dynamics of Rome. The newly enfranchised citizens significantly increased the size of the electorate, leading to changes in the composition and behavior of the Roman assemblies. Moreover, the social war set important precedents for future reforms and conflicts. The integration of the Italian allies served as a model for the extension of Roman citizenship to other conquered peoples in the centuries to come. It also highlighted the need for Rome to address the demands and aspirations of its diverse population, laying the groundwork for future social and political changes. The war also had significant military implications. The Italian allies had proven themselves as formidable opponents, and their integration into the Roman state brought valuable military experience and manpower to the Roman legions. The experience of fighting against well-trained and disciplined forces like the Marsi and Samnites also spurred further developments in Roman military tactics and organization. One of the notable outcomes of the social war was the rise of Lucius Cornelius Sulla as a prominent military and political figure. His successes during the war boosted his reputation and paved the way for his subsequent power struggles and dictatorship. Sulla's ascent to power marked a turning point in Roman history, leading to a series of civil wars and the eventual decline of the Roman Republic. In addition to its political and military consequences, the social war had profound social and cultural impacts. The integration of the Italian allies contributed to the spread of Roman culture and institutions throughout the peninsula. The extension of citizenship facilitated greater cultural exchange and interaction, leading to the Romanization of the Italian population. This process of cultural assimilation helped to create a more cohesive and unified Italian identity within the broader Roman state. The social war also exposed deep-seated social and economic inequalities within the Roman Republic. The demands of the Italian allies for greater political rights were driven by broader issues of land distribution, economic hardship, and social mobility. The war highlighted the need for comprehensive reforms to address these underlying issues, although such reforms would remain contentious and incomplete in the years that followed. In summary, the social war was a pivotal conflict that reshaped the Roman Republic and had far-reaching consequences for its political, military, and social structures. The war was driven by the demands of the Italian allies for greater political rights and citizenship, and its resolution led to the full integration of the Italian peninsula into the Roman state. The extension of Roman citizenship helped to unify Italy under a single political and legal system, while also setting important precedents for future reforms and conflicts. The social war was a defining moment in Roman history, illustrating the challenges and opportunities that came with the expansion and integration of diverse populations within the Republic. The conquest of Greece by Rome was a complex and multifaceted process that spanned over a century, involving a series of wars, political maneuvers, and cultural exchanges. This period marked a significant transformation in the Mediterranean world as the Hellenistic kingdoms fell under Roman dominion, leading to the eventual integration of Greece into the Roman Empire. The conquest of Greece is typically divided into several key phases, including the Macedonian Wars, the Roman intervention in Greek affairs, and the final subjugation of Greece. The First Macedonian War, 214-205 BCE, began during the Second Punic War when Rome was preoccupied with Hannibal's invasion of Italy. Philip V of Macedon saw an opportunity to expand his influence and formed an alliance with Hannibal. This move alarmed Rome, which decided to counter Philip's ambitions by forming alliances with Greek city-states such as the Aetolian League. The war itself was inconclusive, with neither side achieving a decisive victory, and it ended with the Peace of Phenice, which essentially restored the status quo. The Second Macedonian War, 200-197 BCE, was more decisive and set the stage for Roman dominance in Greece. After the defeat of Carthage in the Second Punic War, Rome turned its attention to Macedon. The immediate cause of the war was Philip V's aggression against the Greek city-states and his alliance with Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire. Rome declared war on Macedon, positioning itself as the protector of Greek freedom. The decisive Battle of Cynosophylae in 197 BCE, where the Roman legions under Titus Quinctius Flamininus defeated Philip's phalanx, marked a turning point. This victory demonstrated the superiority of the Roman military system over the traditional Macedonian phalanx. The subsequent Treaty of Tempea forced Philip to relinquish his claims in Greece and marked the beginning of Roman influence in the region. The Roman proclamation of Greek freedom at the Isthmian Games in 196 BCE was a masterstroke of diplomacy. Flamininus declared that all Greek states previously under Macedonian control were now free and autonomous. This proclamation was designed to win the hearts and minds of the Greek people, and to establish Rome as a liberating force rather than an occupying power. However, this freedom was nominal, as Rome maintained significant influence over Greek affairs through alliances and political pressure. The Third Macedonian War, 171-168 BCE, was sparked by the ambitions of Philip's successor, Perseus of Macedon, who sought to restore Macedonian power. Rome, wary of any resurgence of Macedonian strength, launched a preemptive war. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Pydna in 168 BCE, where the Roman legions, commanded by Lucius Aemilius Paulus, delivered a crushing defeat to Perseus. This battle effectively ended the Macedonian kingdom as an independent power, and Rome divided the territory into 4 republics to prevent any future resurgence. Following the defeat of Macedon, Rome faced another challenge from the Seleucid Empire in the Roman-Seleucid War, 192-188 BCE. Antiochus III, emboldened by his victories in the east, sought to expand his influence in Greece. The Romans, allied with the Aetolian League and other Greek states, engaged Antiochus in a series of battles. The decisive Battle of Magnesia in 190 BCE saw the Roman forces, led by Lucius Cornelius Scipio Asiaticus, decisively defeat Antiochus. The subsequent Treaty of Apamea in 188 BCE forced the Seleucids to cede significant territories and marked the decline of their influence in the region. Despite these victories, Rome's control over Greece was not absolute. The region remained politically fragmented, and various Greek states continued to vie for power and autonomy. The Achaean League, a prominent confederation of Greek city-states, became a focal point of resistance against Roman influence. The Fourth Macedonian War, 150-148 BCE, and the Achaean War, 146 BCE, were the final conflicts that solidified Roman control over Greece. The Achaean League's defiance led to the Battle of Corinth in 146 BCE, where the Romans, under Lucius Mummius, defeated the Achaean forces and sacked the city of Corinth. This brutal display of power served as a warning to other Greek states and marked the end of significant resistance to Roman rule. With the destruction of Corinth, Greece was fully incorporated into the Roman Republic as the province of Achaia. Roman governance brought significant changes to the political and social landscape of Greece. The Romans implemented their administrative systems, established colonies, and integrated the Greek elites into the Roman political framework. The conquest also facilitated the spread of Roman culture and law throughout Greece, although Greek culture, in turn, had a profound influence on Rome. The Roman conquest of Greece had profound cultural implications. The Romans were greatly influenced by Greek art, philosophy, literature, and science. Greek tutors, artists, and philosophers were highly sought after in Rome's salons, and many wealthy Romans adopted Greek customs and education. The process of cultural exchange, known as Hellenization, enriched Roman society and left a lasting legacy on Western civilization. The incorporation of Greek art and architecture into Roman public and private buildings is a testament to the deep cultural connections forged during this period. Economically, the conquest of Greece opened new avenues for Roman exploitation and trade. The wealth of Greece, accumulated through centuries of commerce and cultural development, flowed into Rome, contributing to its prosperity. The integration of Greek territories into the Roman economy facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, further strengthening the economic foundations of the Roman Republic. The conquest also had significant military implications for Rome. The wars in Greece provided valuable experience for Roman generals and soldiers, who learned to adapt their tactics to different terrains and combat styles. The encounters with Hellenistic armies influenced Roman military reforms, including the adoption of more flexible legionary formations that could counter the rigid phalanxes of their adversaries. The integration of Greek mercenaries and military techniques into the Roman army enhanced its effectiveness and versatility. The political integration of Greece into the Roman Republic was a complex and gradual process. Rome adopted a pragmatic approach, allowing a degree of local autonomy while maintaining overall control through provincial governors and military presence. The establishment of Roman colonies in strategic locations helped to secure Roman interests and facilitate the administration of the newly conquered territories. These colonies served as centers of Roman culture and influence, further consolidating Rome's hold on Greece. The social impact of the conquest was also significant. The Greek elites, who had previously wielded considerable power and influence, were integrated into the Roman aristocracy. This integration created a new class of Romanized Greeks who played a crucial role in the governance and cultural life of the province. The broader population experienced both the benefits and challenges of Roman rule, including improved infrastructure and economic opportunities, as well as the imposition of Roman legal and administrative systems. The Roman conquest of Greece was not merely a series of military victories. It was a profound transformation that reshaped the Mediterranean world. The integration of Greece into the Roman Republic marked the end of the Hellenistic era and the beginning of a new chapter in ancient history. The legacy of this conquest is evident in the enduring influence of Greek culture on Roman civilization and the subsequent development of Western culture. In conclusion, the conquest of Greece by Rome was a pivotal event that had far-reaching consequences for both civilizations. Through a series of wars, political maneuvers, and cultural exchanges, Rome established its dominance over Greece, transforming it into a Roman province. The process of conquest and integration was marked by significant military, political, economic, and cultural changes that left a lasting legacy on the ancient world. The Roman conquest of Greece not only expanded the territorial reach of the Roman Republic, but also facilitated a profound cultural synthesis that enriched both Greek and Roman societies, shaping the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. For more captivating stories and insights, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. We'd love to hear your thoughts and questions. Leave them in the comments below. Thanks again for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in our next video. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts between Rome and Carthage, 2 of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient Mediterranean. These wars spanned over a century, 264-146 BCE, and were pivotal in shaping the course of Western history. The backdrop of the Punic Wars is rooted in the competition for dominance over the Western Mediterranean, driven by economic interests, territorial expansion, and strategic ambitions. Carthage was founded around the 9th century BCE by Phoenician settlers from the city of Tyre, located in present-day Lebanon. Strategically positioned on the coast of North Africa, Carthage grew to become a major maritime power, dominating trade routes and establishing colonies across the Mediterranean, including in Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and parts of Spain. The Carthaginians were renowned for their naval prowess, commercial acumen, and sophisticated city-state governance. The wealth of Carthage was primarily derived from trade. Its merchants and sailors plied the seas, trading goods such as silver, gold, tin, and exotic spices. Carthage's strategic location allowed it to control crucial maritime routes and become a hub of commerce and culture. The city itself was a marvel of engineering, with impressive harbors, fortifications, and public buildings that reflected its prosperity and importance. By contrast, Rome was a relatively young power in the early 3rd century BCE, having only recently consolidated control over the Italian peninsula. Founded, according to legend, in 753 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic in 509 BCE. Over the next few centuries, Rome expanded its influence through a combination of military conquest, strategic alliances, and the establishment of colonies. Rome's expansion brought it into contact and, eventually, conflict with other powerful states in the region, including Carthage. The Romans were highly skilled soldiers and engineers, known for their disciplined legions and innovative military tactics. Unlike the maritime-focused Carthaginians, Rome's power was initially land-based, though it would rapidly adapt to naval warfare in the face of Carthaginian competition. The first significant contact between Rome and Carthage was relatively peaceful. In 509 BCE, the two powers signed a treaty that delineated spheres of influence, with Carthage recognizing Roman control over central Italy and Rome acknowledging Carthaginian dominance over the western Mediterranean and North Africa. This treaty was renewed in 348 BCE, reflecting mutual interests in maintaining peace and promoting trade. However, as both powers expanded, their interests began to collide, particularly in Sicily. Sicily was a crucial strategic and economic prize, sitting at the crossroads of the Mediterranean and rich in resources. By the late 4th century BCE, the island was a patchwork of Greek city-states, Carthaginian territories, and indigenous communities, making it a focal point of contention. The immediate cause of the First Punic War, 264-241 BCE, was a conflict in Sicily between the cities of Messana and Syracuse. Messana, facing threats from Syracuse, sought assistance from both Rome and Carthage. Both powers saw an opportunity to extend their influence in Sicily. Initially, Carthage responded by sending a garrison to Messana, but the Messanians soon appealed to Rome for help as well. This dual appeal set the stage for the first major clash between Rome and Carthage. Rome, viewing the situation as a chance to curb Carthaginian expansion and establish a foothold in Sicily, decided to intervene. The Roman Senate debated the merits of the intervention, weighing the risks of war against the potential gains. Ultimately, they decided in favor of intervention, sending a military force to Sicily. This decision marked the beginning of the First Punic War and a prolonged struggle for supremacy in the western Mediterranean. The rivalry between Rome and Carthage was driven by both economic and strategic factors. Carthage's wealth and power were based on its extensive trade networks and control of key maritime routes. The Carthaginians had established a commercial empire with trading posts and colonies throughout the Mediterranean, from the Iberian Peninsula to North Africa. This network allowed them to control the flow of goods, amass wealth, and exert influence over other states and territories. Rome, on the other hand, was an expanding republic with a burgeoning economy and a growing appetite for new territories. The Roman economy was primarily agrarian, but as the republic grew, so did its commercial and maritime interests. Rome's expansionist policies were driven by a desire for new lands, resources, and markets, as well as the need to secure its borders against potential threats. The strategic importance of Sicily cannot be overstated. control of the island would allow Rome to project power into the central Mediterranean and challenge Carthaginian dominance. For Carthage, Sicily was a critical part of its trading network and a defensive bulwark against Roman encroachment. The island's fertile lands and strategic ports made it a valuable asset for both powers, leading to inevitable conflict. Both Rome and Carthage brought unique strengths to their rivalry. Carthage was a maritime power par excellence, with a formidable navy that could project power across the Mediterranean. The Carthaginian navy was composed of fast, agile ships such as quinquiremes, which were well suited for naval combat and patrolling trade routes. Carthage also employed mercenaries from various regions, including Numidian cavalry, Balearic slingers, and Greek hoplites, to bolster its military forces. Rome, initially a land-based power, had to develop its naval capabilities quickly to counter Carthage. The Romans were quick learners and adapted their military strategies to include naval warfare. They constructed a fleet of warships modeled after captured Carthaginian vessels and introduced the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to board enemy ships and fight hand-to-hand, playing to their strengths in close combat. The geopolitical landscape of the Western Mediterranean was complex, with numerous states and factions vying for power and influence. Both Rome and Carthage sought to secure alliances and undermine each other's position through diplomacy. Carthage had established a network of alliances and client states across North Africa, Spain, and the Western Mediterranean, which provided resources and military support. Rome, for its part, cultivated alliances with various Greek city-states in southern Italy and Sicily, as well as with indigenous tribes. These alliances were often secured through a combination of military aid, political treaties, and economic incentives. Rome's diplomatic efforts were aimed at isolating Carthage and weakening its influence in key regions. The First Punic War was a protracted and brutal conflict, fought primarily over control of Sicily. The war saw numerous battles, sieges, and naval engagements, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Key battles included the Battle of Agrigentum, 262 BCE, the naval battle of Mylae, 260 BCE, and the decisive Battle of the Aegates Islands, 241 BCE, where the Roman fleet achieved a significant victory, leading to the end of the war. The war ended with the Treaty of Lutatius, which forced Carthage to cede Sicily to Rome and pay a substantial indemnity. This treaty marked Rome's emergence as a major naval power and set the stage for further conflicts between the two powers. The period between the First and Second Punic Wars was marked by continued tension and rivalry. Carthage, weakened by its defeat and internal strife, sought to rebuild its power base. Hamilcar Barca, a prominent Carthaginian general, led efforts to expand Carthaginian influence in Spain, establishing new colonies and securing resources. His son, Hannibal Barca, would later become one of Rome's most formidable adversaries. Rome, meanwhile, consolidated its hold over Sicily and expanded its influence in Corsica and Sardinia. These islands were annexed following a revolt by Carthaginian mercenaries, further weakening Carthage and enhancing Rome's strategic position. Rome also continued its expansion in the Italian peninsula, securing its dominance and preparing for future conflicts. The Second Punic War, 218-201 BCE, is perhaps the most famous of the three Punic Wars, largely due to the exploits of Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's audacious crossing of the Alps with his army, including war elephants, and his subsequent victories at battles such as Trebia, 218 BCE, Lake Trasimene, 217 BCE, and Cannae, 216 BCE, demonstrated his military genius and posed a grave threat to Rome. Despite his successes, Hannibal was unable to secure a decisive victory against Rome or gain sufficient support from other Italian states. Rome's strategy of attrition, coupled with its superior resources and ability to raise new armies, eventually wore down Hannibal's forces. The war concluded with the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, where Roman forces under Scipio Africanus defeated Hannibal, leading to Carthage's surrender and the imposition of harsh peace terms. The Third Punic War, 149-146 BCE, was the final and most destructive of the Punic Wars. By this time, Rome had established itself as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, while Carthage had been significantly weakened. The war was instigated by Roman fears of a Carthaginian revival and the influence of hawkish senators such as Cato the Elder, who famously ended his speeches with the phrase Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. The war culminated in the siege of Carthage, 149-146 BCE, where Roman forces systematically besieged and destroyed the city. Carthage was razed to the ground, its population was enslaved or killed, and its territories were annexed by Rome. The complete destruction of Carthage marked the end of the Punic Wars and the beginning of a new era of Roman supremacy in the Mediterranean. Economic factors played a critical role in the Punic Wars. Control over trade routes, access to resources, and the wealth generated from conquered territories were significant motivators for both Rome and Carthage. The rivalry for dominance over the lucrative trade networks of the Mediterranean was a driving force behind the conflicts. Carthage's economy was heavily reliant on trade and commerce. Its strategic location allowed it to control key maritime routes, facilitating the exchange of goods between different regions. Carthaginian merchants were active across the Mediterranean, trading in metals, textiles, grain, and other valuable commodities. The loss of Sicily and other territories significantly impacted Carthage's economic power, as these areas were important sources of revenue and resources. For Rome, the Punic Wars opened new economic opportunities. The acquisition of Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica provided Rome with fertile lands and important grain supplies. The wealth from these new territories helped to fuel Rome's expansion and consolidate its power. The influx of resources from conquered lands also contributed to Rome's economic growth and the development of its infrastructure. The wars also had significant social and demographic consequences. The large-scale enslavement of populations from conquered territories brought a substantial number of slaves to Rome. These slaves were employed in agriculture, industry, and domestic service, transforming the Roman economy and society. The integration of new peoples and cultures into the Roman state also facilitated cultural exchanges and the spread of Roman influence. The Punic Wars were not only a struggle for political and economic dominance, but also had profound cultural and religious dimensions. The interaction between Rome and Carthage influenced the cultural landscape of the Mediterranean. Carthage, with its Phoenician heritage, had a rich cultural and religious tradition. The Carthaginians worshipped a pantheon of gods, with Baal-Haman and Tanit being among the most prominent deities. Carthaginian religious practices included sacrifices and rituals that were distinct from those of the Romans. The fall of Carthage led to the decline of these religious practices, as Roman culture and religion began to dominate the region. Rome, on the other hand, was deeply influenced by Greek culture and religion. The conquest of Greek cities during the Punic Wars facilitated the assimilation of Greek art, philosophy, and religion into Roman society. The Romans adopted many Greek gods and practices, blending them with their own traditions. This cultural synthesis enriched Roman culture and laid the foundations for the Greco-Roman civilization that would dominate the Mediterranean world. The Punic Wars were a crucible of military innovation and strategic development. Both Rome and Carthage employed a range of tactics and technologies that had a lasting impact on military history. Carthage's strength lay in its navy. The Carthaginians were master shipbuilders and navigators, with a fleet that was unrivaled in the Mediterranean. They developed advanced naval tactics, including the use of the quinquereme, a type of warship that was fast and heavily armed. Carthaginian naval commanders were skilled in maneuvers and strategies that leveraged their maritime superiority. Rome, initially lacking a strong navy, had to innovate to counter Carthage's dominance at sea. The Romans built a fleet of warships modeled after captured Carthaginian vessels and introduced the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to engage in hand-to-hand combat on enemy ships. This innovation played to Rome's strengths in infantry combat and helped to level the playing field in naval battles. On land, the Punic Wars saw the development of new tactics and formations. Hannibal's use of tactical retreats, ambushes, and psychological warfare during the Second Punic War showcased his strategic genius. His famous double envelopment at the Battle of Cannae remains one of the most studied military maneuvers in history. Roman generals, in turn, adapted and learned from these experiences, improving their own strategies and tactics. The Punic Wars had far-reaching political ramifications for both Rome and Carthage. The conflicts accelerated the centralization of power in Rome and contributed to the transformation of the Roman Republic. In Carthage, the wars exposed internal divisions and weaknesses. The reliance on mercenaries, political infighting, and the strain of prolonged conflict undermined Carthaginian stability. The loss of key territories and the eventual destruction of Carthage led to the collapse of its political structures and the end of its influence as a major power. For Rome, the wars contributed to the concentration of military and political power in the hands of a few influential leaders. Generals like Scipio Africanus and Gaius Marius gained significant authority and influence through their military successes. The influx of wealth and slaves from conquered territories also altered the social and economic fabric of Rome, leading to increased inequality and social tensions. The governance of newly acquired territories posed a challenge for Rome. The establishment of provinces, the appointment of governors, and the integration of diverse populations required new administrative approaches. The lessons learned from governing these territories would later inform the administration of the Roman Empire. The background of the Punic Wars highlights the complex interplay of economic interests, territorial ambitions, and strategic rivalries between Rome and Carthage. These epic conflicts were not just battles for supremacy, but were transformative events that reshaped the ancient world. The legacy of the Punic Wars is evident in the rise of Rome as a dominant power and the enduring impact of Roman civilization on Western history. The Punic Wars demonstrated Rome's adaptability, resilience, and strategic acumen. The conflicts forced Rome to develop new military capabilities, forge alliances, and innovate in response to formidable challenges. The destruction of Carthage and the annexation of its territories marked the beginning of a new era of Roman supremacy in the Mediterranean. Economically, the wars facilitated the growth of Rome's wealth and influence. The integration of new territories and the control of key trade routes boosted the Roman economy and provided resources for further expansion. Culturally, the interaction between Rome and Carthage influenced the development of Roman art, religion, and society, contributing to the cultural synthesis that defined the Greco-Roman world. Politically, the Punic Wars accelerated the centralization of power in Rome and set the stage for the transition from republic to empire. The experiences and lessons learned from these conflicts would shape Roman governance and administration for centuries to come. In sum, the Punic Wars were a defining moment in ancient history, marking the rise of Rome as a global power and the end of Carthage as a major civilization. The conflicts left an indelible mark on the Mediterranean world, shaping the course of Western civilization and laying the foundations for the Roman Empire. The First Punic War, fought between Rome and Carthage from 264 to 241 BCE, was a protracted and brutal conflict primarily centered around the control of Sicily. This war marked Rome's first significant foray into naval warfare and set the stage for its eventual dominance over the Mediterranean. The war's origins, key battles, and eventual outcomes highlight the strategic, economic, and military dimensions that define this epic struggle. The origins of the First Punic War can be traced to the power vacuum in Sicily, following the decline of Greek influence in the region. By the early 3rd century BCE, Sicily was a mosaic of Greek city-states, Carthaginian territories, and indigenous communities. The Carthaginians had established a strong presence in western Sicily, while the eastern part of the island was dominated by Greek city-states like Syracuse. This division made Sicily a focal point for conflicts involving various powers vying for control. The immediate cause of the war was a conflict in the city of Messana, modern-day Messina. The Mamertines, a group of mercenaries originally from Campania, had seized control of Messana and were under threat from Hero II of Syracuse. Facing defeat, the Mamertines sought help from both Carthage and Rome. Carthage responded first, sending a garrison to Messana. However, the Mamertines, fearing Carthaginian domination, also appealed to Rome. Rome saw an opportunity to curb Carthaginian influence in Sicily and extend its own power. Despite some initial hesitation, the Roman Senate decided to intervene, marking the beginning of the First Punic War. In 264 BCE, a Roman force crossed the strait to Sicily, and the conflict began in earnest. The early stages of the war were characterized by land battles and sieges. Rome aimed to secure its foothold in Sicily by capturing key Carthaginian strongholds. One of the first major engagements was the Battle of Agrigentum in 262 BCE. Agrigentum was a significant Carthaginian base in Sicily, and its capture was crucial for Rome's strategic objectives. The Romans, led by consuls Lucius Postumius Megellus and Quintus Mamilius Vitulus, laid siege to the city. The Carthaginians, under the command of Hannibal Gisco, attempted to relieve the siege but were ultimately defeated. The fall of Agrigentum marked a significant victory for Rome and demonstrated its determination to challenge Carthaginian power in Sicily. As the war progressed, it became clear that control of the seas would be crucial for victory. Carthage, with its formidable navy, initially had the upper hand in naval engagements. The Carthaginian fleet, composed of fast and agile quinqueremes, dominated the Mediterranean and posed a significant threat to Roman supply lines and coastal settlements. To counter this, Rome embarked on an ambitious naval program, building a fleet of warships modeled after a captured Carthaginian vessel. This marked the beginning of Rome's transformation into a formidable naval power. One of the key innovations introduced by the Romans was the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to board enemy ships and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The corvus played to Rome's strengths in infantry combat and helped to neutralize Carthage's naval superiority. The first significant test of the Roman fleet came in 260 BCE at the Battle of Mylae. In this engagement, the Romans, under the command of Gaius Duilius, achieved a stunning victory, capturing or destroying a large number of Carthaginian ships. The Battle of Mylae marked Rome's emergence as a naval power and demonstrated the effectiveness of the corvus. Despite this victory, the war continued to be a grueling and costly affair for both sides. The Carthaginians, under the leadership of skilled commanders such as Hamilcar Barca, conducted successful raids and counterattacks, maintaining pressure on Roman forces. The Romans, in turn, launched several expeditions to capture key Carthaginian strongholds and disrupt their supply lines. The war saw numerous battles and sieges, with both sides suffering heavy losses. One of the most ambitious Roman campaigns during the war was the invasion of North Africa in 256 BCE. The Romans aimed to bring the war to Carthage's doorstep and force a decisive end to the conflict. A fleet commanded by consuls Marcus Atilius Regulus and Lucius Manlius Vulso Longus set sail for Africa, successfully landing near Carthage. The initial Roman advances were promising, with Regulus achieving several victories and advancing towards the Carthaginian capital. However, the campaign ultimately ended in disaster. The Carthaginians, reinforced by mercenaries and led by the Spartan general Xanthippus, decisively defeated the Roman forces at the Battle of Tunis in 255 BCE. Regulus was captured, and the remnants of the Roman army were forced to withdraw. Following the failure of the African campaign, the war returned to Sicily. The conflict became a war of attrition, with both sides attempting to wear down the other through a series of protracted sieges and naval battles. The Carthaginians continued to conduct successful raids and counterattacks, while the Romans focused on securing their control over key territories in Sicily. One of the most significant naval battles of the war occurred in 241 BCE at the Battle of the Aegates Islands. The Roman fleet, under the command of Gaius Lutatius Catulus, intercepted and decisively defeated a Carthaginian fleet attempting to relieve the besieged garrison at Lilybaeum. The Roman victory at the Aegates Islands effectively ended Carthage's ability to continue the war. With their navy shattered and their supply lines cut off, the Carthaginians were forced to sue for peace, the First Punic War concluded with the Treaty of Lutatius in 241 BCE. Under the terms of the treaty, Carthage agreed to evacuate Sicily and the surrounding islands, cede control of these territories to Rome, and pay a substantial indemnity. The war's end marked a significant shift in the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Rome emerged as a major naval power, having demonstrated its ability to adapt and innovate in the face of formidable challenges. The consequences of the First Punic War were far-reaching. For Carthage, the loss of Sicily was a significant blow to its economic and strategic position. The indemnity imposed by Rome strained Carthage's finances, leading to internal unrest and further conflicts. The loss of key territories weakened Carthage's ability to project power and maintain its influence in the Mediterranean. For Rome, the victory in the First Punic War marked the beginning of its expansion beyond the Italian peninsula. The acquisition of Sicily provided Rome with a valuable base for further military and commercial activities in the Mediterranean. The war also underscored the importance of naval power, prompting Rome to continue developing its fleet and maritime capabilities. The First Punic War also had significant social and political implications for Rome. The prolonged conflict required extensive mobilization of resources and manpower, leading to changes in Roman society and governance. The need to sustain large armies and fleets prompted the development of more efficient administrative and logistical systems. The war also contributed to the rise of influential military leaders, who would play crucial roles in Rome's future expansion and conflicts. In addition to its military and political consequences, the First Punic War had a profound cultural impact. The interaction between Roman and Carthaginian cultures during the war facilitated the exchange of ideas, technologies, and practices. The war also left a lasting legacy in Roman literature and historiography, with writers such as Polybius and Livy documenting the conflict and its significance. The First Punic War was a defining moment in the history of the ancient Mediterranean. It marked the beginning of Rome's rise as a dominant power and set the stage for future conflicts with Carthage. The war's outcomes reshaped the political and strategic landscape of the region, laying the foundations for Rome's eventual hegemony. The lessons learned and the innovations developed during the First Punic War would continue to influence Roman military and political strategies for centuries to come. The war also highlighted the importance of logistics and supply lines in sustaining military campaigns. Both Rome and Carthage faced significant challenges in maintaining their armies and fleets over extended periods. The Romans, in particular, developed sophisticated logistical systems to ensure a steady flow of supplies and reinforcements to their forces in Sicily. This emphasis on logistics would become a hallmark of Roman military strategy in future conflicts. Furthermore, the First Punic War underscored the value of adaptability and innovation in warfare. The Romans' ability to rapidly build a navy and develop new tactics such as the corvas allowed them to overcome Carthage's initial naval superiority. This willingness to learn from their enemies and adopt new technologies and strategies would be a key factor in Rome's success in subsequent wars. The war also had lasting economic consequences for both powers. For Carthage, the financial strain of the war and the indemnity imposed by Rome weakened its economy and contributed to internal instability. This economic pressure would play a significant role in the events leading up to the Second Punic War. For Rome, the acquisition of Sicily and the wealth generated from the island's resources provided a boost to its economy. The war also stimulated the development of Roman infrastructure, including roads and ports, which facilitated trade and communication across the growing republic. The impact of the First Punic War extended beyond the immediate political and military outcomes. The cultural exchange between Rome and Carthage during the war influenced the development of Roman art, architecture, and religion. Roman interactions with Carthaginian and other Mediterranean cultures enriched Roman society and contributed to the cultural synthesis that would define the Roman Empire. The war also left an indelible mark on the collective memory of both. Societies. In Rome, the victory was celebrated as a triumph of Roman valor and ingenuity. The war's heroes, such as Gaius Duilius and Marcus Attilius Regulus, were immortalized in Roman history and literature. In Carthage, the war was remembered as a period of hardship and loss, but also as a testament to Carthaginian resilience and tenacity. In conclusion, the First Punic War was a complex and multifaceted conflict that involved significant military, economic, and political dimensions. The war's origins in the struggle for control of Sicily, its key battles and campaigns, and its eventual outcomes highlight the strategic rivalry between Rome and Carthage. The war demonstrated Rome's ability to adapt and innovate, establishing it as a formidable naval power and setting the stage for its future expansion in the Mediterranean. The First Punic War left an indelible mark on the history of the ancient world, shaping the trajectory of both Rome and Carthage and influencing the course of Western civilization. The Second Punic War, fought between Rome and Carthage from 218 to 201 BCE, is one of the most famous and significant conflicts in ancient history. It is particularly renowned for the extraordinary military campaigns of Hannibal Barca, one of the greatest military commanders of all time. This war, often characterized by its epic battles and strategic maneuvers, marked a crucial period in the struggle for supremacy in the Mediterranean. The origins of the Second Punic War are deeply rooted in the aftermath of the First Punic War and the subsequent developments in both Rome and Carthage. The harsh terms imposed on Carthage by the Treaty of Lutaius in 241 BCE, which concluded the First Punic War, left the Carthaginian state economically strained and territorially diminished. To compensate for these losses, Carthage focused on expanding its influence and control in Iberia, modern-day Spain and Portugal. Hamilcar Barca, a prominent Carthaginian general, initiated the expansion into Iberia around 237 BCE. He established a power base in the region, securing valuable resources such as silver mines, which were crucial for financing Carthage's military and political ambitions. Hamilcar's efforts were continued by his son-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, and later by his son, Hannibal Barca. Hannibal, who had sworn eternal enmity towards Rome at a young age, became the commander of the Carthaginian forces in Iberia in 221 BCE after Hasdrubal's assassination. The immediate cause of the Second Punic War was the siege of Saguntum, a city in Iberia allied with Rome. In 219 BCE, Hannibal laid siege to Saguntum, provoking a strong reaction from Rome. The Romans, viewing this as a direct violation of their sphere of influence, demanded Hannibal's surrender. Carthage refused, and Rome declared war in 218 BCE, marking the beginning of the Second Punic War. Hannibal's strategy was bold and audacious. Recognizing that a direct naval confrontation with Rome was unfeasible due to Carthage's weakened fleet, Hannibal decided to invade Italy by land. This involved crossing the formidable natural barriers of the Pyrenees and the Alps with a diverse army, which included war elephants. This extraordinary feat remains one of the most celebrated military maneuvers in history. Hannibal's crossing of the Alps was fraught with challenges, including harsh weather conditions, difficult terrain, and hostile tribes. Despite significant losses, Hannibal successfully led his army into Italy, ready to challenge Rome on its home ground. His arrival in Italy marked the beginning of a series of remarkable military campaigns. The first major battle in Italy was the Battle of the Trebia in 218 BCE. Hannibal, using cunning tactics, lured the Roman forces into a trap and achieved a decisive victory. This battle showcased Hannibal's strategic genius and his ability to outmaneuver larger Roman forces. Following this victory, Hannibal moved further south into Etruria, aiming to gain support from Rome's Italian allies and weaken the Roman coalition. In 217 BCE, Hannibal inflicted another significant defeat on the Romans at the Battle of Lake Trasimene. Using the natural terrain to his advantage, Hannibal ambushed the Roman army led by Consul Gaius Flaminius. The Romans were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. This battle not only demonstrated Hannibal's tactical brilliance, but also highlighted his ability to exploit the weaknesses of his enemies. The Roman response to these defeats was to appoint a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus, who adopted a strategy of attrition and avoidance. Known as the Fabian strategy, this approach involved avoiding direct confrontations with Hannibal and instead focusing on cutting off his supply lines and harassing his forces. While this strategy was unpopular among the Roman populace and military, it bought Rome valuable time to rebuild its strength and resources. Hannibal's most famous victory came in 216 BCE at the Battle of Cannae, one of the most studied battles in military history. Facing a numerically superior Roman army, Hannibal employed a double envelopment tactic, encircling and annihilating the Roman forces. The Battle of Cannae resulted in one of the heaviest defeats in Roman history, with tens of thousands of Roman soldiers killed or captured. This victory cemented Hannibal's reputation as a military genius and struck fear into the heart of Rome. Despite his victories, Hannibal faced significant challenges in maintaining his campaign in Italy. He lacked sufficient reinforcements and resources to mount a decisive assault on Rome itself. Moreover, Rome's strategic resilience began to manifest as the Roman Senate, under leaders like Publius Cornelius Scipio, later known as Scipio Africanus, implemented a comprehensive strategy to counter Hannibal's efforts. One of the key aspects of Rome's strategy was to cut off Hannibal's support and supplies from Carthage and its allies. The Romans focused on winning back the loyalty of their Italian allies and launching offensives in Iberia and North Africa. Publius Cornelius Scipio, in particular, played a crucial role in these efforts. In 210 BCE, he was appointed to command Roman forces in Iberia, where he achieved a series of victories that undermined Carthaginian control in the region. Scipio's successes in Iberia culminated in the capture of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, in 209 BCE, a strategic Carthaginian stronghold. This victory significantly weakened Carthage's position in Iberia and cut off vital resources and reinforcements to Hannibal in Italy. Scipio continued his campaign in Iberia, defeating Carthaginian forces at the Battle of Baecula in 208 BCE and the Battle of Alypa in 206 BCE, further consolidating Roman control over the region. Meanwhile, Hannibal remained in Italy, conducting a war of attrition against the Romans. Despite his continued tactical brilliance and several smaller victories, he was unable to break Rome's resolve or secure sufficient support from Italian allies to challenge Rome's dominance. The Roman strategy of attrition, combined with their efforts to isolate Hannibal and reclaim territories, gradually eroded his position in Italy. The turning point of the war came when Scipio proposed a bold strategy to attack Carthage directly, forcing Hannibal to return to Africa. In 205 BCE, Scipio was given command of the Roman forces in Sicily, from where he launched an invasion of North Africa. Landing near Utica, Scipio conducted a series of successful campaigns, gaining the support of local Numidian allies and defeating Carthaginian forces. In response to the Roman invasion, the Carthaginian Senate recalled Hannibal from Italy in 203 BCE. Despite his reluctance to leave Italy, Hannibal returned to defend Carthage. The decisive confrontation between Hannibal and Scipio occurred at the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE. Scipio, employing superior tactics and leveraging his Numidian cavalry, achieved a decisive victory over Hannibal. The defeat at Zama marked the end of Carthage's capacity to continue the war. The Second Punic War officially ended with the Treaty of Lutatius in 201 BCE. The terms of the treaty were harsh. Carthage was forced to cede its territories outside Africa, pay a large indemnity, and agree not to wage war without Rome's permission. The war's conclusion marked a significant shift in the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Rome emerged as the dominant power, while Carthage was significantly weakened and reduced to a secondary state. The Second Punic War had far-reaching consequences for both Rome and Carthage. For Carthage, the war marked the beginning of a long decline. The loss of territories, the financial burden of the indemnity, and the restrictions imposed by Rome limited Carthage's ability to recover and rebuild. Although Carthage would later experience a brief resurgence under the leadership of figures like Hasdrubal, the damage inflicted by the war was irreversible. For Rome, the victory in the Second Punic War solidified its position as the preeminent power in the Mediterranean. The war demonstrated Rome's military resilience, strategic adaptability, and capacity for sustained warfare. The experience gained and the lessons learned during the war would shape Roman military doctrine and political strategy for centuries to come. The war also had significant social and economic impacts on Rome. The prolonged conflict required extensive mobilization of resources and manpower, leading to changes in Roman society and economy. The influx of wealth and slaves from conquered territories contributed to the growth of the Roman economy and the development of infrastructure. However, the war also exacerbated social tensions and economic disparities, laying the groundwork for future internal conflicts. Culturally, the Second Punic War left a lasting legacy in Roman literature, historiography, and collective memory. Figures like Hannibal and Scipio Africanus became legendary, their exploits and strategies studied and admired by generations of military leaders and historians. The war's impact on Roman identity and its sense of destiny as a dominant power in the ancient world was profound. In conclusion, the Second Punic War was a pivotal conflict that shaped the course of ancient history. The war's origins in the strategic rivalry between Rome and Carthage, the remarkable military campaigns of Hannibal, and the eventual Roman victory highlight the complex interplay of military, political, and economic factors that define this epic struggle. The Second Punic War not only marked the decline of Carthage, but also set the stage for Rome's rise as a global superpower, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the Mediterranean world. The Battle of Cannae, fought on August 2nd, 216 BCE, is one of the most studied and celebrated military engagements in history. This battle, part of the Second Punic War, saw Hannibal Barca of Carthage deliver a crushing defeat to the Roman Republic. The tactics employed by Hannibal at Cannae are considered masterpieces of military strategy and have influenced commanders throughout the ages. The backdrop to the Battle of Cannae includes a series of defeats suffered by Rome at the hands of Hannibal since his dramatic crossing of the Alps in 218 BCE. Despite his victories at Trebia and Lake Trasimene, Hannibal had not managed to bring Rome to its knees. The Roman Senate, determined to end Hannibal's campaign in Italy, decided to assemble a massive army to confront him directly. The Roman force, commanded by consuls Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro, was one of the largest armies Rome had ever fielded, comprising approximately 80,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. This force was double the size of Hannibal's army, which consisted of about 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. The Romans were confident that their superior numbers would finally allow them to crush Hannibal. Hannibal chose the battlefield near the small town of Cannae in the Apulian plain. The location offered several advantages. It was flat, which favored Hannibal's cavalry, and the nearby Aufidus River could be used to control the water supply. Hannibal's strategic positioning and the psychological manipulation of his enemy were crucial elements of his plan. On the day of the battle, Hannibal arranged his forces in a crescent-shaped formation, with the weaker Gaul and Iberian infantry in the center and the stronger African infantry on the flanks. His cavalry, commanded by Hasdrubal, was positioned on both wings. This arrangement was designed to lure the Roman legions into a trap. The Roman army, arranged in a traditional deep formation, was designed to punch through the Carthaginian center. The Roman strategy was based on their numerical superiority, expecting to break the Carthaginian line with a strong forward push. However, this played directly into Hannibal's hands. As the battle commenced, the Roman legions advanced, pushing back the Carthaginian center as anticipated. Hannibal's center, composed of Gauls and Iberians, gradually gave way under the Roman pressure, retreating in a controlled manner and creating a concave formation. The Romans, believing they were on the verge of victory, continued to press forward, becoming increasingly surrounded by the African infantry positioned on the flanks. At the critical moment, Hannibal gave the signal for his flanks to advance and envelop the Roman forces. The African infantry pivoted inward, attacking the Roman flanks and rear, while Hasdrubal's cavalry, having defeated the Roman cavalry, attacked from the rear. This double envelopment, known as the pincer movement, trapped the Roman army in a tightening ring. The Roman soldiers, packed tightly and unable to maneuver, were systematically slaughtered. Estimates of Roman casualties vary, but it is believed that between 50,000 and 70,000 Roman soldiers were killed, with many others captured. Among the dead were Consul Lucius Aemilius Paulus, many senior officers, and Roman senators who had joined the army. The Carthaginian losses were comparatively light, with around 6,000 men killed. Hannibal's brilliant tactics had turned a numerically inferior force into a devastatingly effective weapon, achieving one of the greatest victories in military history. The Battle of Cannae demonstrated Hannibal's exceptional strategic and tactical genius, and highlighted the weaknesses in the Roman command structure and battle tactics. The aftermath of the Battle of Cannae had profound implications for Rome. The immediate reaction in Rome was one of panic and despair. The city prepared for a potential siege, although Hannibal, lacking the necessary siege equipment and reinforcements, chose not to march on Rome. Instead, he sought to weaken Rome by encouraging its allies to defect and by continuing his campaign in southern Italy. Despite the catastrophic defeat, Rome displayed remarkable resilience. The Roman Senate, refusing to negotiate with Hannibal, mobilized all available resources to raise new armies. The Roman response was characterized by a long-term strategy of attrition, avoiding direct confrontation with Hannibal while targeting his supply lines and allies. This strategy, championed by leaders such as Quintus Fabius Maximus, eventually turned the tide in Rome's favor. The Battle of Cannae also had significant long-term consequences for military strategy and tactics. Hannibal's use of the double envelopment maneuver became a classic example of battlefield tactics, studied by military strategists and historians for centuries. The principles demonstrated at Cannae influenced later military leaders, including Napoleon Bonaparte and Helmut von Moltke, who sought to emulate Hannibal's tactics in their own campaigns. In addition to its tactical lessons, the Battle of Cannae underscored the importance of psychological warfare and the ability to anticipate and manipulate the enemy's movements. Hannibal's ability to draw the Roman forces into a trap and exploit their aggressive tendencies showcased his understanding of psychological as well as physical warfare. The battle also highlighted the critical role of leadership and morale in determining the outcome of military engagements. Hannibal's charismatic leadership, tactical brilliance, and ability to inspire his troops stood in stark contrast to the rigid and divided command of the Roman consuls. The legacy of the Battle of Cannae extends beyond its immediate military and political impact. It became a symbol of tactical brilliance and a benchmark for future military leaders. The lessons of Cannae were integrated into the training and doctrines of military academies around the world, influencing the development of modern warfare. In conclusion, the Battle of Cannae was a decisive and catastrophic engagement that showcased Hannibal's extraordinary military genius. His use of the double envelopment tactic not only secured a significant victory over a much larger Roman force, but also left a lasting legacy on the study and practice of military strategy. Despite the severe loss, Rome's resilience and strategic adaptability ultimately allowed it to recover and prevail in the Second Punic War. The lessons of Cannae continue to be relevant, underscoring the enduring importance of strategy, leadership, and psychological acumen in warfare. The Battle of Zama, fought in 202 BCE, marked the decisive end of the Second Punic War and is considered one of the most significant battles in ancient history. This engagement between the forces of Rome, led by Publius Cornelius Scipio, later known as Scipio Africanus, and Carthage, commanded by Hannibal Barca, concluded with a Roman victory that solidified Rome's dominance in the Mediterranean. The background to the Battle of Zama is crucial to understanding its significance. After years of campaigning in Italy, Hannibal's army was worn down, and he lacked the resources and reinforcements needed to maintain his offensive against Rome. Meanwhile, Rome had recovered from the devastating losses at battles like Cannae and had taken the fight to Carthage's territories, particularly in Iberia and North Africa. Publius Cornelius Scipio had achieved notable successes in Iberia, cutting off Carthage's resources and preparing for a decisive strike against the Carthaginian heartland. Scipio's bold strategy to invade North Africa forced Carthage to recall Hannibal from Italy. In 203 BCE, Hannibal returned to defend his homeland, gathering what forces he could for the impending confrontation. The stage was set for a final, decisive battle between two of history's greatest military minds. The battlefield at Zama, located in present-day Tunisia, was chosen for its open terrain, which favored the maneuverability of both armies. Hannibal's forces comprised around 50,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 80 war elephants, while Scipio commanded approximately 34,000 infantry and 6,100 cavalry, including a contingent of Numidian cavalry led by King Massinissa, whose allegiance to Rome proved crucial. Hannibal's initial plan was to use his war elephants to break the Roman lines, followed by an infantry assault. However, Scipio anticipated this and devised a counter-strategy. He arranged his troops in columns with wide lanes, allowing the elephants to pass through without causing significant harm. Additionally, Scipio's skirmishers were instructed to harass the elephants with javelins and loud noises, further disrupting their charge. As the battle began, Hannibal unleashed his war elephants. Scipio's tactics worked effectively. Many elephants panicked and ran back into Carthaginian lines, causing chaos. Others were funneled harmlessly through the lanes in the Roman formation, where they were dealt with by Roman soldiers stationed at the rear. With the elephants neutralized, the main infantry forces of both armies clashed. The Carthaginian front line, composed of mercenaries, engaged first but was quickly pushed back by the disciplined Roman legions. Hannibal's second line, consisting of Carthaginian citizens, held their ground longer but eventually retreated, unable to withstand the sustained Roman assault. Hannibal had positioned his veterans, seasoned troops from his campaigns in Italy, in the rear as his final reserve. When the initial lines were pushed back, these veterans engaged the Romans. The battle reached a critical juncture as both sides fought fiercely, neither gaining a clear advantage. The turning point came with the intervention of Scipio's cavalry. After defeating the Carthaginian cavalry earlier in the battle, the Numidian and Roman horsemen, led by Massinissa and Laelius, returned to the battlefield and attacked Hannibal's troops from the rear. This encirclement, reminiscent of Hannibal's tactics at Cannae, proved devastating. The Carthaginian forces were now surrounded and unable to maneuver effectively. Under the relentless pressure from both the Roman infantry and the cavalry, Hannibal's army began to disintegrate. Despite their valiant efforts, the Carthaginian soldiers could not hold their positions. Hannibal's brilliant tactical mind could not compensate for the strategic disadvantages and the superior Roman cavalry. The Carthaginian forces collapsed, leading to a comprehensive Roman victory. The aftermath of the Battle of Zama was far-reaching. Carthage, defeated and exhausted, sued for peace. The terms imposed by Rome were severe. Carthage had to cede its territories outside Africa, surrender its fleet, and pay a substantial indemnity over 50 years. Furthermore, Carthage was prohibited from waging war without Roman consent, effectively ending its status as a major power. The victory at Zama and the conclusion of the Second Punic War had profound implications for Rome. Scipio Africanus was hailed as a hero and celebrated with a triumph in Rome. The war cemented Rome's position as the dominant power in the Mediterranean and marked the beginning of its transition from a republic to an empire. The strategies and tactics developed and employed by Scipio during the war, including the innovative use of cavalry and combined arms, influenced Roman military doctrine for generations. For Hannibal, the defeat at Zama marked the end of his military career. Although he continued to play a role in Carthaginian politics and later served as a military advisor in the eastern Mediterranean, his hopes of defeating Rome and restoring Carthage's supremacy were shattered. Hannibal's legacy, however, endured as a testament to his tactical genius and his relentless opposition to Rome. The Battle of Zama is often cited as a classic example of military strategy and tactics. Scipio's ability to anticipate and counter Hannibal's use of war elephants, his effective deployment of infantry and cavalry, and his use of psychological warfare by maintaining the morale and discipline of his troops all contributed to his success. Hannibal's strategic vision and his ability to inspire and lead his men, even in the face of overwhelming odds, remain subjects of admiration and study. The battle also highlights the importance of alliances and the integration of diverse military forces. The alliance with Numidia and the decisive role played by Numidian cavalry under Massinissa underscore the impact of diplomatic and strategic partnerships in warfare. Scipio's ability to secure and utilize these alliances was instrumental in achieving victory. In conclusion, the Battle of Zama was a pivotal moment in the Second Punic War, bringing an end to one of the most intense and protracted conflicts of the ancient world. The battle demonstrated the strategic brilliance and adaptability of Scipio Africanus, securing his place in history as one of Rome's greatest generals. Hannibal's defeat, while marking the decline of Carthage, also solidified his legacy as one of history's most formidable military leaders. The lessons and legacies of Zama continue to resonate in the study of military history and strategy, underscoring the enduring significance of this historic clash. The territorial expansion resulting from the Punic Wars not only increased Rome's geographical reach, but also necessitated significant changes in its political structure and administrative practices. Governing a vast and diverse empire required new approaches to administration and governance. One of the critical developments was the creation of a provincial system. Rome divided its newly acquired territories into provinces, each governed by a Roman official, typically a proconsul or propraetor. These governors were responsible for maintaining order, collecting taxes, and overseeing local affairs. This system allowed Rome to manage its empire more effectively and ensured that the central government in Rome could exercise control over distant territories. The provincial system also introduced new challenges, such as corruption and abuses of power by governors. To address these issues, Rome implemented reforms to improve accountability and administration. For instance, the Lex Calpurnia, established in 149 BCE, created a permanent court to try cases of extortion by provincial governors. These reforms aimed to curtail the excesses of Roman officials and protect the interests of provincial inhabitants, thereby stabilizing Roman rule and fostering loyalty among the conquered peoples. The integration of new territories into the Roman Republic also led to the extension of Roman citizenship. Initially, Roman citizenship was granted selectively to individuals and communities that demonstrated loyalty to Rome. Over time, this practice expanded, culminating in the granting of citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire under the Edict of Caracalla in 212 CE. This policy of inclusion helped to unify the diverse populations within the empire and promote a sense of shared identity and common purpose. The economic impact of the Punic Wars was profound and multifaceted. The influx of wealth from conquered territories and the exploitation of natural resources transformed the Roman economy and fueled further expansion. The acquisition of fertile lands in Sicily, Sardinia, and North Africa significantly boosted Rome's agricultural output. These regions became vital sources of grain, olive oil, and other agricultural products, which were essential for feeding the growing population of Rome. The increase in agricultural production also supported the growth of urban centers and contributed to the development of a complex economy that included trade, manufacturing, and services. The control of valuable resources, such as the silver mines in Iberia, provided Rome with the financial means to support its military campaigns and public projects. The wealth generated from these resources enabled Rome to build infrastructure, such as roads, aqueducts, and public buildings, which facilitated economic growth and integration across the empire. The expansion of trade routes and the establishment of Roman control over key maritime regions enhanced commercial activity. Roman merchants and traders operated within a secure and stable environment, protected by the might of the Roman navy. This stability encouraged long-distance trade connecting the Mediterranean with other parts of the ancient world, including the Near East, North Africa, and even India. The resulting economic prosperity contributed to the overall stability and cohesion of the Roman Empire. However, the economic benefits of the Punic Wars were not evenly distributed. The concentration of wealth in the hands of the elite led to increased social stratification and economic inequality. Large landowners amassed significant estates, often worked by slaves captured during the wars. This trend displaced small farmers and contributed to rural depopulation and urban migration. The social tensions arising from economic inequality were evident in the rise of populist leaders and social reformers, such as the Gracchi brothers. Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, both tribunes of the plebs, sought to address the economic disparities and improve the conditions of the common people. Their proposed reforms included the redistribution of public land to the poor and measures to curb the excesses of the wealthy elite. Although their efforts ultimately led to their deaths and political turmoil, they highlighted the underlying social issues that Rome needed to address. The Punic Wars also had a lasting impact on Roman military practices and strategies. The prolonged conflicts necessitated the development of a more professional and disciplined military force. One of the key changes was the establishment of a standing army. The Roman legions became a permanent and professional fighting force, composed of career soldiers who served for extended periods. This shift allowed Rome to maintain a state of readiness and respond swiftly to threats. The professionalization of the military also led to improvements in training, discipline, and organization, making the Roman legions one of the most effective military forces in history. The experience gained during the Punic Wars also influenced Roman military tactics and strategies. The importance of flexibility and adaptability in battle was underscored by the successes and failures of both Rome and Carthage. Roman commanders learned the value of mobility, coordination, and tactical innovation. The emphasis on combined arms operations, integrating infantry, cavalry, and naval forces, became a hallmark of Roman military doctrine. Naval power played a crucial role in Rome's victories during the Punic Wars. The development of a powerful navy allowed Rome to control the Mediterranean and protect its trade routes. The construction of advanced warships and the use of innovative tactics, such as the Corvus boarding device, demonstrated Rome's ability to adapt to maritime warfare. The dominance of the Roman navy ensured that Rome could project its power across the Mediterranean and secure its interests in distant regions. The Punic Wars also left a significant cultural and intellectual legacy. The conflicts facilitated cultural exchanges and the integration of diverse influences into Roman society. The incorporation of Greek culture and knowledge had a profound impact on Roman intellectual and artistic life. Greek scholars, artists, and philosophers were brought to Rome, where they contributed to the flourishing of Roman literature, art, and science. The adoption of Greek educational models and the translation of Greek works into Latin enriched Roman intellectual traditions and laid the foundations for the Greco-Roman cultural synthesis that defined the classical world. Roman architecture and engineering also benefited from the influences of conquered territories. The construction of monumental structures such as aqueducts, amphitheaters, and temples showcased the blending of Roman and local styles. The use of advanced engineering techniques, such as the arch and concrete, allowed Romans to build durable and impressive infrastructure that facilitated urbanization and economic development. The legacy of the Punic Wars also permeated Roman literature and historiography. The wars were chronicled by historians such as Polybius, Livy, and later Appian, who documented the events and provided insights into the strategies and decisions of key figures. These historical accounts became important sources for understanding Roman military and political history, and were studied by subsequent generations of scholars and military leaders. The cultural impact of the Punic Wars extended beyond Rome to the broader Mediterranean world. The spread of Roman culture, language, and institutions contributed to the Romanization of the provinces. This process of cultural assimilation helped to unify the diverse populations within the empire and promote a sense of shared identity and common values. The strategic and geopolitical consequences of the Punic Wars established Rome as the preeminent power in the Mediterranean. With the elimination of Carthage as a rival, Rome faced fewer significant threats to its dominance. The consolidation of Roman control over the Western Mediterranean allowed Rome to focus on expanding its influence in the Eastern Mediterranean. Rome's encounters with the Hellenistic kingdoms, including the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic Kingdom, led to further conflicts and territorial acquisitions. These campaigns extended Rome's reach into Greece, Asia Minor, and Egypt, establishing a vast and interconnected empire. The integration of the Mediterranean region under Roman rule brought a degree of stability and cohesion that facilitated economic and cultural exchanges. The establishment of a common legal and administrative framework helped to unify the diverse peoples and regions of the empire. The construction of roads, ports, and other infrastructure facilitated communication and trade, creating a more interconnected and prosperous Mediterranean world. The legacy of the Punic Wars continued to influence Rome's imperial ambitions and military strategies. The experience of prolonged and intense conflict shaped Roman approaches to warfare, governance, and diplomacy. The emphasis on discipline, organization, and adaptability became defining characteristics of the Roman military and administrative systems. In conclusion, the Punic Wars were a transformative series of conflicts that established Rome's dominance in the Mediterranean and reshaped the ancient world. The wars resulted in significant territorial expansions, economic growth, military innovations, and cultural exchanges that laid the groundwork for the rise of the Roman Empire. The strategic, political, and social consequences of the Punic Wars had a lasting impact on Rome and the broader Mediterranean region, influencing the course of history for centuries to come. The legacy of the Punic Wars, marked by the rise of Roman power and the fall of Carthage, continues to be a testament to the enduring influence of these epic conflicts on the development of Western civilization. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. For more captivating stories and insights, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. We'd love to hear your thoughts and questions. Leave them in the comments below. Thanks again for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in our next video. The late Roman Republic was marked by significant internal conflicts and political upheavals, with the efforts of the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, standing out as pivotal moments in this turbulent period. The Gracchi brothers sought to address the socio-economic disparities within Roman society, challenging the entrenched power of the senatorial elite and advocating for reforms that would benefit the common people. Tiberius Gracchus, the elder of the two brothers, was elected tribune of the plebs in 133 BCE. Coming from a distinguished family, Tiberius was deeply influenced by the growing economic inequalities and the plight of the small farmers in Rome. The expansion of the Roman Empire had led to the concentration of land in the hands of a few wealthy elites, who established large estates, latifundia, worked by slaves. This trend displaced many small farmers who were increasingly pushed into poverty and unable to compete with the slave labor. In response to this crisis, Tiberius proposed the Lex Sempronia Agraria, a land reform law aimed at redistributing public land, ager publicus, to landless Roman citizens. His proposal sought to limit the amount of public land any individual could hold, and to distribute the surplus land to the poor, thus revitalizing the class of small farmers and addressing the growing socio-economic divide. Tiberius's reform faced immediate and fierce opposition from the Senate, which was dominated by wealthy landowners who viewed his proposal as a direct threat to their economic interests and political power. The Senate attempted to block his reforms by using another tribune, Marcus Octavius, who vetoed Tiberius's proposals. In a bold and unprecedented move, Tiberius responded by calling for Octavius's removal from office, arguing that a tribune who opposed the will of the people should not hold office. This action heightened tensions and polarized the political environment. Despite the opposition, Tiberius managed to push his land reform through the popular assembly, bypassing the Senate. He then formed a land commission to implement the redistribution, but his actions had already alienated many powerful senators. Seeking to consolidate his power and ensure the continuation of his reforms, Tiberius sought re-election as tribune for a second term, a move that was highly controversial and seen by his opponents as a bid for tyranny. The political climate grew increasingly volatile, and on the day of the election, a violent confrontation erupted. Tiberius and his supporters were attacked by a mob led by senators, including Publius Cornelius Scipio Nasica. Tiberius was killed in the ensuing chaos, along with many of his followers. His death marked one of the first instances of political violence in the Roman Republic and set a dangerous precedent for future conflicts. The legacy of Tiberius Gracchus was carried forward by his younger brother, Gaius Gracchus, who was elected tribune a decade later in 123 BCE. Gaius was determined to continue his brother's work and implemented an even more ambitious agenda of reforms. He introduced a series of laws aimed at curbing the power of the Senate and addressing the needs of the poor and disenfranchised. One of Gaius's key reforms was the extension of Roman citizenship to the Italian allies, who had long been loyal to Rome, but were excluded from its political privileges. This proposal was designed to integrate these allies more fully into the Roman state and secure their support. Additionally, Gaius implemented measures to regulate grain prices, ensuring that affordable grain was available to the urban poor, thus providing a safety net against food shortages and economic instability. Gaius also sought to reduce the Senate's control over the judicial system by transferring the power to try corrupt officials from the senatorial courts to the equestrian class. This move was intended to curb corruption and create a more impartial system of justice. Furthermore, Gaius established colonies for resettling the poor, both within Italy and in newly conquered territories, providing opportunities for land ownership and economic advancement. Despite his progressive agenda, Gaius faced formidable opposition from the Senate, which viewed his reforms as a direct challenge to their authority. Like his brother, Gaius encountered significant resistance and hostility from the ruling elite. His efforts to secure a third term as tribune further intensified the political strife. In 121 BCE, the situation reached a critical point when Gaius and his followers occupied the Aventine Hill, seeking to rally support and protect themselves from their opponents. The Senate responded by issuing the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, a decree that granted the consuls extraordinary powers to protect the state. This decree effectively authorized the use of force against Gaius and his supporters. A violent clash ensued, resulting in the deaths of many of Gaius's followers. Realizing that his cause was lost, Gaius chose to take his own life rather than be captured. His death, like that of his brother, marked a significant and tragic moment in the history of the Roman Republic. The reforms of the Gracchi brothers and the violent reactions they provoked had profound and lasting consequences for the Roman Republic. Their efforts to address economic inequality and champion the rights of the common people exposed the deep-seated social and political tensions within Roman society. The deaths of the Gracchi brothers underscored the Republic's inability to peacefully resolve its internal conflicts and highlighted the increasing polarization and use of violence in Roman politics. The Gracchi brothers' legacy continued to influence Roman politics and reform movements in the years that followed. Their martyrdom for the cause of social justice inspired subsequent leaders and reformers, such as Julius Caesar, who sought to address the issues of land redistribution and economic inequality. The conflicts and reforms initiated by the Gracchi brothers also set the stage for the eventual decline of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, as Rome struggled to reconcile the competing interests of its diverse and expanding population. In conclusion, the Gracchi brothers were pivotal figures in the late Roman Republic, whose attempts to implement social and economic reforms challenged the power of the senatorial elite and highlighted the deep-rooted inequalities in Roman society. Their efforts, met with violent resistance, revealed the fragility of the Republic's political system and set a precedent for future conflicts and upheavals. The legacy of the Gracchi brothers continued to shape Roman politics and reform movements, leaving an enduring impact on the history of the Republic and its eventual transformation into an empire. The Social War, 91-88 BCE, also known as the War of the Allies, was a significant conflict in the late Roman Republic, highlighting the tensions between Rome and its Italian allies over issues of citizenship and political rights. This war arose from long-standing grievances among the Italian allies, socii, who had contributed significantly to Rome's military and economic power, but were denied the rights and privileges of Roman citizenship. The immediate catalyst for the Social War was the assassination of the tribune Marcus Livius Drusus in 91 BCE. Drusus had proposed a series of reforms, including the extension of Roman citizenship to the Italian allies. His assassination, likely orchestrated by political opponents who feared the dilution of their power, sparked outrage among the allies who felt betrayed by Rome. The Italian allies had long served as crucial components of Rome's military forces, providing soldiers who fought in Rome's numerous wars of expansion. Despite their contributions, they were treated as second-class citizens, without the right to vote or participate in the political process. This lack of political representation and the economic exploitation by Roman elites created deep resentment. Following Drusus's assassination, the Allies decided to take drastic action. Several central and southern Italian tribes, including the Samnites, Marsi, and others, formed a confederation and declared war on Rome. They established their own capital at Corfinium, which they renamed Italica, and created a parallel political structure to challenge Roman authority. Their goal was to gain full Roman citizenship and the accompanying rights. The war was characterized by brutal and widespread fighting, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Initially, the Roman Senate underestimated the scale and seriousness of the rebellion. Rome was caught off guard by the extent of the coordination and determination of the Italian allies. The initial Roman response was sluggish and inadequate, leading to several early victories for the allies. As the conflict intensified, Rome realized the need for a more substantial and coordinated military response. The Senate appointed capable generals such as Lucius Julius Caesar, not to be confused with the more famous Julius Caesar, and Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo to lead the Roman forces. These commanders implemented more effective strategies and mobilized additional resources to combat the rebellion. Rome's military response combined direct confrontation with political concessions. As the war progressed, Rome passed several laws to undermine the unity of the Italian Confederation. The Lex Julia, enacted in 90 BCE, granted Roman citizenship to any Italian ally who laid down arms and accepted Roman authority. This law was a strategic move to weaken the resolve of the rebels and encourage defections. The Lex Plautia Papiria followed in 89 BCE, further extending citizenship to those who had not yet surrendered but were willing to do so. These political concessions were effective in breaking the cohesion of the Allied forces. Many Italian communities, weary of the prolonged conflict and enticed by the promise of citizenship, began to defect from the Confederation. Rome's strategy of combining military pressure with political incentives gradually shifted the momentum in its favor. The decisive battles of the Social War took place in central and southern Italy. The Roman legions, benefiting from superior training and organization, began to systematically dismantle the Allied resistance. Key victories, such as those at the battles of Mount Falernus and the capture of Corfinium, marked the turning points of the war. By 88 BCE, the major centers of resistance had been subdued, and the war effectively came to an end. The Social War had significant and lasting consequences for the Roman Republic. The most immediate outcome was the extension of Roman citizenship to the Italian allies, fulfilling one of the primary demands of the rebels. This integration fundamentally altered the political landscape of Rome. The inclusion of new citizens from across Italy into the Roman political system created new dynamics and shifted the balance of power. The newly enfranchised Italians gained the right to vote, serve in public office, and participate in the legal and political processes of the Republic. The integration of the Italian allies into the Roman political system also necessitated administrative changes. The Roman Senate had to address the practicalities of incorporating a vast number of new citizens into the existing structures. This led to reforms in the organization of the assemblies and adjustments in the distribution of political representation. The increased diversity within the citizen body required Rome to adopt more inclusive and flexible governance practices. The Social War also had significant social and economic implications. The war caused widespread devastation in many parts of Italy, leading to economic disruptions and the displacement of populations. The reconstruction efforts in the aftermath of the conflict required substantial resources and coordination. The integration of the Italian allies also meant that Rome had to address the economic disparities and ensure that the benefits of citizenship were accessible to all. The extension of citizenship to the Italian allies marked a crucial step in the evolution of the Roman state. It set a precedent for the further extension of citizenship to other peoples within the expanding Roman Empire. This policy of inclusion helped to create a more cohesive and unified state, which was essential for managing a vast and diverse empire. However, the social war also exposed the deep-rooted issues within the Roman Republic. The conflict highlighted the Republic's inability to address the legitimate grievances of its allies through peaceful means. The resort to violence and the use of emergency powers by the Senate set troubling precedents for the future. The war also underscored the growing tensions between the ruling elite and the broader population, foreshadowing the internal conflicts that would continue to plague the Republic. The aftermath of the social war saw the rise of influential military leaders who played critical roles in subsequent conflicts. Figures such as Sulla and Pompey, who gained prominence during the war, would later become central actors in the political and military struggles of the late Republic. The war also contributed to the militarization of Roman politics, as successful generals leveraged their military achievements to gain political power and influence. In summary, the social war was a pivotal conflict in the history of the Roman Republic. It addressed the long-standing grievances of the Italian allies by extending Roman citizenship and integrating them into the political system. The war had profound social, economic, and political consequences, reshaping the structure of the Republic and setting the stage for future developments. The legacy of the social war highlights the complexities of managing a diverse and expanding state and the challenges of balancing the interests of different social and political groups. The Spartacus Rebellion, also known as the Third Servile War, 73-71 BCE, was the largest and most significant slave uprising in the history of the Roman Republic. Led by the gladiator Spartacus, the rebellion posed a severe threat to Roman authority and exposed the vulnerabilities of Rome's slave-dependent economy. The revolt had profound implications for Roman society and military policy. Spartacus, originally from Thrace, was a gladiator who had been captured and sold into slavery. He was trained at a gladiatorial school in Capua, a city renowned for its brutal gladiatorial contests. In 73 BCE, Spartacus and about 70 other gladiators orchestrated a daring escape, seizing kitchen utensils and makeshift weapons to overpower their guards. They fled to the slopes of Mount Vesuvius, where they were soon joined by other runaway slaves and disaffected rural laborers, swelling their numbers to several thousand. Spartacus proved to be an exceptional leader, capable of uniting a diverse group of rebels and organizing them into a formidable fighting force. His initial success was due in part to the Roman Senate's underestimation of the rebellion. Rome, preoccupied with external threats and internal political strife, dispatched poorly equipped and inadequately led forces to suppress the uprising. Spartacus's forces, highly motivated and fighting for their freedom, defeated these early Roman detachments and acquired better arms and equipment. The goals of the Spartacus rebellion evolved over time. Initially, Spartacus aimed to lead his followers out of Italy to escape Roman rule. His strategy involved moving north through Italy, crossing the Alps, and dispersing his forces to their homelands. However, his followers, emboldened by their victories and the plunder they acquired, persuaded Spartacus to remain in Italy to continue raiding and exacting revenge on their former masters. The rebellion's growing strength and audacity alarmed the Roman Senate, which began to take the threat more seriously. In 72 BCE, the Senate sent 2 consular armies to crush the revolt. However, Spartacus demonstrated remarkable tactical acumen, employing guerrilla tactics and exploiting his knowledge of the local terrain to outmaneuver and defeat these larger Roman forces. His ability to inspire and lead his men in battle was instrumental in their continued success. One of the most significant engagements of the rebellion was the Battle of Mount Vesuvius. Spartacus, using his tactical ingenuity, tricked the Roman forces into believing they had the rebels trapped. By using vines and ropes, Spartacus and his men descended the steep slopes of the volcano and launched a surprise attack on the Roman camp, resulting in a decisive victory. This battle not only boosted the morale of Spartacus's followers, but also highlighted the Roman military's vulnerability and the effectiveness of unconventional warfare. As the rebellion continued, Spartacus's army grew to an estimated 70,000 to 120,000 men, women, and children. This diverse group included runaway slaves, gladiators, and freeborn peasants disaffected by Rome's social and economic inequalities. Spartacus attempted to maintain discipline and order within his ranks, implementing a code of conduct to prevent indiscriminate violence and ensure the fair distribution of spoils. The rebellion's impact extended beyond military confrontations. Spartacus's actions inspired fear and unrest throughout the Italian peninsula. Slave owners and the Roman elite were gripped by panic as news of the revolt spread. The economic consequences were significant as well. Agricultural production was disrupted, and the flow of goods and resources was hindered by the rebels' activities. In response to the growing crisis, the Senate appointed Marcus Licinius Crassus, a wealthy and ambitious nobleman, to lead the campaign against Spartacus. Crassus, determined to prove his military prowess and secure his political future, implemented strict discipline and reorganized the Roman forces. One of his most infamous acts was the decimation of a cohort that had shown cowardice in battle. Every 10th man was executed to instill fear and enforce loyalty among his troops. Crassus pursued a strategy of attrition, aiming to wear down Spartacus's forces through a combination of direct engagements and cutting off their supply lines. He fortified a line of fortifications across the southern Italian peninsula to prevent the rebels from escaping or receiving reinforcements. Despite these efforts, Spartacus managed to break through the Roman lines at one point, showcasing his tactical brilliance once again. The final phase of the rebellion saw Spartacus's army becoming increasingly isolated and desperate. In 71 BCE, Crassus's forces cornered Spartacus in the region of Lucania. The decisive battle took place near the Salaris River. Spartacus, realizing the hopelessness of his situation, made a last stand. He sought to break through the Roman lines and reach safety, but was ultimately overwhelmed by the superior numbers and discipline of Crassus's legions. Spartacus fought valiantly in the battle, reportedly attempting to reach Crassus himself, but he was killed along with most of his followers. The remnants of the rebel army were either captured or killed in subsequent skirmishes. Crassus, to send a strong message and deter future revolts, ordered the crucifixion of 6,000 captured rebels along the Appian Way, the main road leading to Rome. This brutal act served as a grim warning to other slaves and demonstrated the ruthlessness of Roman authority. The Spartacus rebellion had significant and lasting repercussions for Rome. It exposed the inherent risks of relying on a large slave population and highlighted the potential for social unrest. The rebellion also underscored the need for military and political reforms to address the root causes of such uprisings. Crassus's role in suppressing the rebellion elevated his political stature, setting the stage for his future involvement in the first triumvirate with Julius Caesar and Pompey. However, the suppression of the revolt did not lead to significant changes in the conditions of slaves or the underlying social issues that had sparked the uprising. The legacy of Spartacus endured long after his death. His rebellion became a symbol of resistance against oppression and inspired future generations. In Roman literature and later historical accounts, Spartacus was often portrayed as a noble and heroic figure who challenged the might of Rome in a quest for freedom. The Spartacus rebellion also contributed to ongoing debates within Rome about the treatment of slaves and the need for more equitable social and economic policies. Although large-scale slave revolts did not occur again on the same scale, the underlying tensions remained, and the Republic continued to grapple with issues of inequality and social justice. In conclusion, the Spartacus rebellion was a pivotal event in the late Roman Republic that exposed the vulnerabilities of Rome's reliance on slave labor and highlighted the deep-seated social and economic inequalities within Roman society. Spartacus's leadership and tactical brilliance posed a formidable challenge to Roman authority, and the rebellion's suppression had significant political and social repercussions. The legacy of Spartacus as a symbol of resistance against oppression continues to resonate, underscoring the enduring impact of his struggle on the history of Rome and beyond. The Catiline Conspiracy, 63-62 BCE, was one of the most dramatic and consequential political crises of the late Roman Republic. Orchestrated by Lucius Sergius Catilina, commonly known as Catiline, the conspiracy aimed to overthrow the Roman government and seize power through violent means. This episode highlighted the deep-seated socio-economic tensions and political instability that plagued the Republic during its final years. Catiline was a patrician with a mixed reputation. He had served as a military commander under Sulla and held various political offices, but his career was marred by allegations of corruption and moral decadence. Despite his noble lineage, Catiline harbored deep resentment toward the Roman elite, whom he blamed for his political failures and financial difficulties. After losing the consular elections multiple times, he decided to take drastic action to achieve his ambitions. The political landscape of Rome at the time was marked by significant social and economic inequalities. The rapid expansion of the Roman Empire had enriched a small elite while exacerbating the plight of the lower classes. Many indebted aristocrats, impoverished veterans, and disenfranchised citizens were frustrated with their exclusion from the benefits of Rome's expanding power. Catiline's platform, which promised debt relief, land redistribution, and other radical reforms, resonated with these disaffected segments of society. Catiline's conspiracy began to take shape in 63 BCE. He and his followers, including several senators and equestrians, plotted to assassinate key senators, including the consul Marcus Tullius Cicero, and seize control of the government. Cicero, a staunch defender of the Republic and a rival of Catiline, was aware of the growing threat posed by Catiline and his supporters. Through his network of informants, Cicero obtained detailed information about the conspiracy. On October 21st, 63 BCE, Cicero convened the Senate and delivered the first of his famous Catilinarian orations, exposing Catiline's plot to the public. He denounced Catiline as a traitor and called for decisive action to protect the Republic. Despite the gravity of Cicero's accusations, Catiline attended the Senate session and defended himself, claiming that he was being persecuted by his political enemies. However, the Senate was convinced of his guilt and granted Cicero emergency powers through the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, effectively allowing him to take any measures necessary to protect the state. Catiline, realizing that his plot had been uncovered, fled Rome to join his followers in Etruria, where they had assembled an armed force. Meanwhile, Cicero continued to rally support against Catiline, leveraging his oratory skills to frame the conspiracy as a grave threat to the Republic. Cicero's second Catilinarian oration, delivered to the public, further galvanized the Roman populace against Catiline and his supporters. Despite Catiline's departure from Rome, his co-conspirators continued to plot within the city. They planned to incite an armed uprising, set fire to Rome, and overthrow the government. Cicero's agents intercepted incriminating letters and obtained confessions from key conspirators, providing concrete evidence of their plans. On December 3rd, Cicero ordered the arrest of the principal conspirators, including Publius Cornelius Lentulus Sura, a former consul and prominent member of the plot. The captured conspirators were brought before the Senate, where Cicero presented the evidence against them. The Senate, convinced of their guilt, debated their fate. The question of how to deal with the conspirators was contentious, as it involved balancing the need for security with adherence to legal norms. Some senators, including Julius Caesar, argued for a more lenient approach, advocating for imprisonment rather than execution. Others, like Cato the Younger, called for their immediate execution to prevent further danger to the Republic. Ultimately, the Senate decided in favor of execution. On December 5th, 63 BCE, Cicero ordered the execution of the conspirators without a formal trial. They were strangled in the Tullianum, an ancient Roman prison. Cicero famously declared, "Vixerunt," they have lived, to signal the end of the conspiracy. With the conspirators in Rome neutralized, Cicero turned his attention to Catiline's forces in Etruria. The Senate dispatched a military force under the command of Gaius Antonius Hybrida, one of the consuls for the year, to confront Catiline. In early 62 BCE, Catiline and his men faced the Roman legions at the Battle of Pistoria. Despite fighting with determination, Catiline's outnumbered and poorly equipped forces were decisively defeated. Catiline himself died in the battle, fighting bravely to the end. The defeat of Catiline's conspiracy had significant repercussions for the Roman Republic. Cicero's handling of the crisis, particularly his decision to execute the conspirators without trial, was both praised and criticized. He was hailed as a savior of the Republic by his supporters, who believed he had averted a major disaster. Cicero's actions earned him the honorary title Pater Patriae, Father of the Fatherland. However, his decision to bypass legal norms and due process set a troubling precedent for future political crises. The extrajudicial executions were later used against him by his political enemies, including Publius Clodius Pulcher, who orchestrated Cicero's exile in 58 BCE. The Catiline conspiracy also exposed the deep social and economic divisions within the Roman Republic. The widespread support for Catiline's radical platform underscored the grievances of various social groups, including indebted aristocrats, veterans, and the urban poor. These underlying tensions continued to fester, contributing to the ongoing instability and violence that plagued the late Republic. Furthermore, the conspiracy highlighted the weaknesses in the Republic's political system, particularly the vulnerability of its institutions to demagoguery and populist rhetoric. Catiline's ability to attract a substantial following despite his controversial methods demonstrated the appeal of radical solutions in times of social and economic distress. This episode served as a warning of the potential for charismatic leaders to exploit the frustrations of marginalized groups for their own gain. The aftermath of the Catiline conspiracy saw Cicero's influence in Roman politics initially rise, but it also marked the beginning of his eventual political decline. His role in the extrajudicial executions became a point of contention, and his enemies, including the populist leader Publius Clodius Pulcher, later used this against him. Cicero's forced exile in 58 BCE was partly a consequence of his actions during the conspiracy, reflecting the contentious and polarized nature of Roman politics. The conspiracy also had broader implications for the future of the Republic. It underscored the fragility of Rome's political institutions and the ease with which they could be manipulated or bypassed in times of crisis. The willingness of the Senate to grant extraordinary powers to individuals like Cicero and the acceptance of extrajudicial measures highlighted the erosion of traditional republican values and legal norms. In conclusion, the Catiline conspiracy was a critical episode in the late Roman Republic that revealed the deep-rooted social and economic issues, the fragility of political institutions, and the dangerous potential for populist uprisings. It underscored the challenges faced by the Republic in maintaining stability and highlighted the need for reforms to address the underlying causes of unrest. The events surrounding the conspiracy and Cicero's response left a lasting legacy on Roman political culture and set the stage for the further turmoil and eventual transition from republic to empire. The first triumvirate was an informal political alliance between Gaius Julius Caesar, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, formed around 60 BCE. This alliance was a strategic move by three of the most powerful men in Rome to consolidate their power and achieve their individual goals in the face of significant opposition from the Senate and other political factions. Julius Caesar, a rising political star, had already built a reputation for charisma, military prowess, and political acumen. Despite his noble lineage, Caesar was deeply in debt, partly due to his extravagant public works projects and political campaigns aimed at gaining favor among the Roman populace. His ambition to achieve the highest offices in the Roman Republic and secure military commands required substantial financial and political support. Pompey the Great, a celebrated military commander, had earned his title through a series of successful campaigns in Sicily, Africa, and the East. His defeat of Mithridates VI of Pontus and the suppression of piracy in the Mediterranean further cemented his reputation as one of Rome's greatest generals. However, despite his military successes, Pompey struggled to gain political support from the Senate for the land settlements he promised his veterans and the ratification of his eastern conquests. Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, had amassed his fortune through real estate investments, slave trading, and various business ventures. His financial resources made him a significant political player as he funded political campaigns and gained allies through his wealth. Crassus sought military glory to rival that of Pompey and to enhance his political standing. His role in suppressing the Spartacus rebellion demonstrated his military capabilities, but he yearned for more substantial military achievements. The formation of the first triumvirate was driven by mutual self-interest. Each member recognized that their individual ambitions could be better achieved through collaboration rather than competition. Caesar needed financial and political support to pursue his ambitions. Pompey required legislative approval for his settlements and commands. Crassus sought military command and further political influence. By pooling their resources and leveraging their combined influence, they could overcome the opposition from the Senate and other political factions. The first significant action of the triumvirate was to secure Caesar's election as consul in 59 BCE. Once in office, Caesar pursued an aggressive legislative agenda that included land reforms for Pompey's veterans and measures to alleviate debt, benefiting Crassus and his supporters. These actions were met with fierce resistance from the Senate, particularly from figures like Cato the Younger, who viewed the triumvirate as a threat to the Republic's traditional governance. To bypass senatorial opposition, Caesar used the popular assemblies to pass his legislation, leveraging his skills as an orator and the support of the people. He also strengthened the triumvirate's personal bonds through marriage, offering his daughter, Julia, in marriage to Pompey. This alliance through matrimony bolstered the political and personal ties between Caesar and Pompey, though it did little to ease the underlying tensions. After his consulship, Caesar secured a 5-year command in the provinces of Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum with proconsular imperium. This command was crucial for Caesar, providing him with the opportunity to gain military glory, secure wealth, and build a loyal army. His campaigns in Gaul, which began in 58 BCE, would become legendary and significantly enhance his power and influence. While Caesar was campaigning in Gaul, Pompey and Crassus remained in Rome, where their alliance faced challenges. The death of Julia in 54 BCE weakened the personal bond between Caesar and Pompey. Additionally, tensions between Pompey and Crassus increased as they competed for influence. In an effort to renew their alliance and address growing political instability, the triumvirate held a conference at Lucca in 56 BCE. There, they agreed to extend Caesar's command in Gaul, grant Pompey and Crassus joint consulships for 55 BCE, and secure future commands for both men, Pompey in Spain and Crassus in Syria. The consulships of Pompey and Crassus in 55 BCE were marked by their attempts to solidify their power and advance their individual interests. Pompey focused on consolidating his influence in Spain, while Crassus prepared for his campaign in the east against the Parthian Empire. However, the death of Crassus in 53 BCE during the ill-fated campaign against the Parthians at the Battle of Carrhae marked the beginning of the end for the triumvirate. With Crassus's death, the balance of power shifted, and the alliance between Caesar and Pompey began to deteriorate. The political climate in Rome became increasingly polarized as Caesar's ambitions clashed with those of the Senate and Pompey. In 50 BCE, the Senate, led by Pompey and his allies, ordered Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar, aware that returning without the protection of his legions would leave him vulnerable to prosecution and political retribution, refused. Instead, he crossed the Rubicon River in 49 BCE with his army, a deliberate act of insurrection that marked the beginning of the Civil War. The first triumvirate's failure to sustain their alliance ultimately led to a series of civil wars that would transform the Roman Republic. The initial collaboration between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus had temporarily shifted the balance of power away from the Senate and towards individual military leaders. However, the inherent tensions and competing ambitions within the triumvirate made long-term cooperation impossible. The legacy of the first triumvirate is significant in the context of Roman history. It demonstrated the increasing importance of personal alliances and military power in Roman politics, setting a precedent for future political arrangements and conflicts. The alliance's rise and fall highlighted the weaknesses and instability of the Republic's political system, foreshadowing the eventual transition from Republic to Empire. The formation and dissolution of the First Triumvirate had far-reaching consequences for the Roman Republic. To fully understand its impact, it's essential to delve deeper into the dynamics between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, and the events that unfolded as their alliance unraveled. Caesar's tenure as the governor of Gaul was marked by a series of military campaigns that greatly enhanced his reputation and power. His initial victory over the Helvetii and subsequent triumph over the Germanic tribes led by Ariovistus demonstrated his military prowess and secured Rome's northern borders. However, it was his extended campaigns against the Gallic tribes that cemented his legacy. The Belgae campaign in 57 BCE was particularly notable. Faced with a coalition of tribes in northern Gaul, Caesar employed a mix of direct assaults and psychological tactics to break their resistance. The victory at the Battle of the Sabes was a testament to the discipline and effectiveness of the Roman legions under Caesar's command. The naval campaign against the Veneti in 56 BCE showcased Caesar's adaptability and strategic ingenuity. Despite facing a formidable maritime adversary, Caesar's forces achieved a decisive victory, capturing the Veneti leaders and demonstrating Roman dominance over land and sea. Caesar's campaigns were not without challenges. The widespread revolt led by Ambiorix in 54 BCE posed a significant threat, with the ambush and destruction of a Roman legion at Atuatuca, highlighting the dangers of guerrilla warfare. Caesar's response was swift and brutal, as he methodically dismantled the rebel forces, ensuring the security of Roman interests in the region. The Great Revolt of 52 BCE, led by Vercingetorix, was the climax of Caesar's Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix's ability to unite the Gallic tribes presented a formidable challenge. The siege of Alesia, where Caesar's engineering brilliance and strategic acumen shone, ended with the capture of Vercingetorix and the complete subjugation of Gaul. This victory not only expanded Roman territory significantly, but also provided Caesar with immense wealth and resources. While Caesar was consolidating his power in Gaul, the political situation in Rome remained volatile. Pompey and Crassus, now the most powerful figures in Rome after Caesar, faced their own challenges. Pompey's efforts to secure his veterans' land settlements and to gain political control in Spain required delicate negotiations and political maneuvering. Crassus, on the other hand, focused on leveraging his wealth to gain influence and preparing for his campaign against the Parthians. The conference at Lucca in 56 BCE was a critical moment for the triumvirate. It underscored the necessity of maintaining their alliance to achieve their individual goals. The agreement to extend Caesar's command in Gaul, grant Pompey and Crassus joint consulships, and secure future commands for both men illustrated their strategic collaboration. However, the inherent tensions and personal ambitions of each member made the alliance increasingly fragile. Crassus's campaign against the Parthians in 53 BCE ended in disaster at the Battle of Carrhae, where he was killed and his forces were decimated. This defeat had significant repercussions. Crassus's death removed the financial and political balance he provided within the triumvirate, exacerbating the rivalry between Caesar and Pompey. The relationship between Caesar and Pompey, initially strengthened through mutual benefit and the marriage alliance with Julia, began to deteriorate after Julia's death in 54 BCE. Without the personal bond that had helped maintain their political alliance, suspicions and rivalries intensified. Pompey's alignment with the Senate and the Optimates faction further strained his relationship with Caesar. The Senate, increasingly wary of Caesar's growing power and the loyalty of his legions, sought to curb his influence. They viewed Pompey as a counterbalance to Caesar's ambitions and began to support him more openly. In 50 BCE, the Senate, led by Pompey and his allies, passed a decree ordering Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar, recognizing the political trap and the risk of prosecution without the protection of his legions, refused to comply. Instead, he famously crossed the Rubicon River in 49 BCE, declaring Alea iacta est, the die is cast, and marched on Rome, initiating a civil war. The civil war between Caesar and Pompey was a pivotal conflict that reshaped the Roman Republic. Pompey, initially commanding the support of the Senate and the resources of the Roman state, prepared to face Caesar's forces. However, Caesar's rapid advance and strategic brilliance caught Pompey and his allies off guard. Caesar's initial victories in Italy forced Pompey to retreat to Greece, where he gathered his forces. The decisive Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE saw Caesar's numerically inferior forces achieve a stunning victory over Pompey. Pompey fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated upon arrival, marking the end of his political and military career. Caesar's victory in the Civil War consolidated his power and marked the decline of the Roman Republic. He pursued a series of campaigns to eliminate remaining resistance, securing victories in Egypt, Africa, and Spain. His triumphs in these campaigns cemented his status as the dominant figure in Rome. The aftermath of the Civil War saw Caesar implement a series of reforms aimed at stabilizing the Republic and addressing long-standing issues. He introduced measures to alleviate debt, reformed the calendar, and initiated public works projects to provide employment and improve infrastructure. However, his centralization of power and appointment as dictator for life sparked fears of tyranny among the Senate and other political factions. The assassination of Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BCE by a group of senators, including Brutus and Cassius, was a desperate attempt to restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into further chaos and led to another series of civil wars. The power vacuum created by Caesar's death ultimately facilitated the rise of his heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who established the Roman Empire. The First Triumvirate's legacy is profound in the context of Roman history. It marked the beginning of the end for the Roman Republic, highlighting the increasing importance of military power and personal alliances in Roman politics. The alliances' rise and fall underscored the weaknesses and instability of the Republic's political system, foreshadowing its transformation into an imperial state. In conclusion, the First Triumvirate was a strategic alliance that temporarily shifted the balance of power in the Roman Republic. The collaboration between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus enabled them to achieve their individual ambitions while challenging the traditional structures of Roman governance. However, the inherent tensions and competing ambitions within the triumvirate ultimately led to its dissolution and a series of conflicts that reshaped Roman history. The legacy of the First Triumvirate continues to be a testament to the complex interplay of power, ambition, and politics in the late Roman Republic. The Gallic Wars, waged by Julius Caesar from 58 to 50 BCE, were a series of military campaigns that expanded Roman territory and significantly increased Caesar's power and influence. Documented in Caesar's own writings, Commentarii de Bello Gallico, commentaries on the Gallic War, these campaigns are renowned for their strategic brilliance, tactical innovation, and dramatic impact on the Roman Republic. The Gallic Wars began in 58 BCE, when the Helvetii, a Gallic tribe, attempted to migrate from their homeland in modern Switzerland to Western Gaul. Their migration threatened the stability of the region and the security of Roman allies. Caesar, serving as the governor of Cisalpine Gaul and Transalpine Gaul, saw an opportunity to gain military glory and secure Rome's northern borders. He quickly mobilized his legions to intercept the Helvetii and defeated them at the Battle of Bibracte. The victory over the Helvetii was significant not only because it stopped the migration, but also because it demonstrated Caesar's military capabilities and established his authority in the region. The success at Bibracte solidified his reputation and set the stage for further campaigns. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic tribes led by Ariovistus, who had crossed the Rhine and established a presence in Gaul. Ariovistus posed a significant threat to Roman interests, and Caesar's swift and decisive action at the Battle of Vosges expelled the Germanic invaders, solidifying his reputation as a formidable military commander. Caesar's confrontation with Ariovistus was marked by a blend of diplomatic maneuvering and military force, Initially, he attempted to negotiate with the Germanic king, but when talks broke down, Caesar's legions engaged and decisively defeated the Germanic forces. This victory not only removed a major threat, but also demonstrated Rome's commitment to protecting its allies and maintaining stability in the region. In 57 BCE, Caesar launched a campaign against the Belgae, a powerful coalition of tribes in northern Gaul. The Belgae, alarmed by Roman expansion, had formed an alliance to resist Caesar's advances. The campaign was marked by a series of battles, including the decisive Battle of the Sabes, where Caesar's tactical acumen and the discipline of the Roman legions secured a crushing victory over the Belgae. The Belgae campaign was one of the most challenging and complex operations of the Gallic Wars. The Belgae were known for their fierce resistance and formidable fighting capabilities. Caesar's strategy involved a combination of direct assaults, sieges, and the use of local intelligence to outmaneuver and defeat the allied tribes. His ability to adapt to the changing dynamics of the battlefield and leverage the strengths of his legions was critical to his success. The following year, in 56 BCE, Caesar focused on the Veneti, a seafaring tribe on the western coast of Gaul. The Veneti had captured several Roman officers and demanded ransom. In response, Caesar built a fleet and engaged the Veneti in a naval battle. The Romans, using innovative tactics to counter the Veneti's superior ships, achieved a decisive victory, capturing and executing the Veneti leaders to deter further resistance. The naval campaign against the Veneti showcased Caesar's versatility and ingenuity as a commander. Despite facing a well-prepared and resourceful enemy, Caesar's forces adapted to the maritime environment, employing specialized tactics to neutralize the Veneti's advantages. The destruction of the Veneti's power base was a significant achievement that secured Roman control over the coastal regions and demonstrated Rome's dominance both on land and at sea. One of the most challenging periods of the Gallic Wars occurred in 54 BCE, when Caesar faced a widespread revolt led by the Eburones under the chieftains Ambiorix and Catuvolcus. The revolt was sparked by Roman demands for grain and the harsh winter conditions that strained the resources of the Gallic tribes. Ambiorix cleverly ambushed and destroyed a Roman legion and its auxiliary forces at the Battle of Atuatuca. In retaliation, Caesar launched a relentless campaign to punish the rebels, systematically destroying their settlements and capturing or killing those involved in the revolt. The rebellion led by Ambiorix highlighted the resilience and determination of the Gallic tribes to resist Roman domination. The ambush and annihilation of a Roman legion underscored the vulnerabilities of Caesar's forces and the challenges of maintaining control over a vast and restive territory. Caesar's response was swift and brutal, employing scorched earth tactics and relentless pursuit to crush the rebellion and reassert Roman authority. In 53 BCE, Caesar dealt with further unrest among the Gauls, including the suppression of a rebellion led by the Senones and Carnutes. The culmination of the Gallic resistance came in 52 BCE with the Great Revolt led by Vercingetorix, the chieftain of the Arverni tribe. Vercingetorix managed to unite several Gallic tribes in a concerted effort to expel the Romans from Gaul. The revolt began with the massacre of Roman settlers in Cenabum, modern Orleans, by the Carnutes, followed by a widespread uprising across central and southern Gaul. Vercingetorix employed scorched earth tactics, destroying crops and villages to deprive the Romans of supplies. Caesar responded with a series of swift and decisive actions, besieging and capturing key strongholds to weaken the Gallic coalition. The decisive confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix occurred at the siege of Alesia in 52 BCE. Vercingetorix had fortified himself in the hilltop stronghold of Alesia, hoping to outlast the Roman siege and rely on relief forces from other Gallic tribes. Caesar, demonstrating his engineering prowess, constructed a double line of fortifications around Alesia, one to besiege the town and another to defend against the Gallic relief forces. The siege was a test of endurance and strategy for both sides. Despite several attempts by the Gallic relief forces to break the Roman lines, Caesar's fortifications and the discipline of his troops held firm. Eventually, the relief forces were defeated, and Vercingetorix, realizing the futility of further resistance, surrendered. His capture marked the end of significant organized resistance to Roman rule in Gaul. The victory at Alesia and the subsequent subjugation of Gaul had far-reaching consequences. The annexation of Gaul significantly expanded Roman territory, providing immense wealth and resources that bolstered the Roman economy. The addition of Gaul also served as a buffer against potential invasions from Germanic tribes and other external threats. For Caesar personally, the Gallic Wars were a triumph that elevated his status and influence. His legions, loyal and battle-hardened, became a formidable force under his command. The wealth and spoils from the campaigns helped to alleviate his debts and fund his political ambitions. Caesar's detailed accounts of the wars, written in a clear and accessible style, served as effective propaganda, enhancing his reputation in Rome. However, Caesar's growing power and popularity also alarmed the Senate and his rivals, particularly Pompey. The Senate, concerned about Caesar's ambitions and the loyalty of his legions, sought to curb his influence. The political tension between Caesar and the Senate, exacerbated by his military successes, set the stage for the subsequent civil war that would ultimately lead to the end of the Roman Republic. The Gallic Wars also had a lasting impact on Roman military strategy and tactics. Caesar's use of engineering, rapid maneuvers, and psychological warfare set new standards for Roman commanders. His ability to adapt to different combat situations, from large-scale battles to sieges and guerrilla warfare, showcased the versatility and effectiveness of the Roman legions. The political repercussions of the Gallic Wars were profound. Caesar's successes made him immensely popular with the Roman people and his troops, but they also made him a threat to the established order. The Senate, led by Pompey and other influential senators, viewed Caesar's growing power with suspicion and sought to curtail his influence. This political rivalry culminated in the Senate's demand that Caesar disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar's refusal to comply with the Senate's demands and his subsequent crossing of the Rubicon River in 49 BCE was a direct challenge to the authority of the Senate and marked the beginning of the Civil War. The phrase "crossing the Rubicon" has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's actions set the stage for a conflict that would ultimately lead to the fall of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. The Gallic Wars also had significant social and economic impacts. The influx of wealth from the conquered territories boosted the Roman economy, and the distribution of spoils among Caesar's soldiers ensured their loyalty. The expansion of Roman territory brought new resources and opportunities, but it also required the integration of diverse populations into the Roman state, posing administrative and governance challenges. In conclusion, the Gallic Wars were a defining period in Julius Caesar's career and in the history of the Roman Republic. The campaigns not only expanded Rome's territory and wealth, but also significantly altered the political dynamics within Rome. Caesar's military genius and the loyalty of his legions propelled him to unprecedented heights of power, ultimately contributing to the downfall of the Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. The legacy of the Gallic Wars, as chronicled by Caesar himself, continues to be a testament to his military prowess and the transformative impact of his conquests. Julius Caesar's rise to power culminated in his appointment as dictator, a position that granted him unprecedented control over the Roman Republic. His tenure as dictator from 49 BCE until his assassination in 44 BCE was marked by significant political, social, and economic reforms that aimed to stabilize and transform Rome. However, his concentration of power and autocratic style also engendered significant opposition, ultimately leading to his assassination and the end of the Roman Republic. Caesar's journey to dictatorship began with his refusal to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, as demanded by the Senate in 50 BCE. By crossing the Rubicon River in 49 BCE with his legions, Caesar initiated a civil war that pitted him against the senatorial forces led by Pompey. The phrase, "crossing the Rubicon," has since symbolized making a decisive, irreversible action. The ensuing civil war was swift and brutal. Caesar's military genius and the loyalty of his troops led to a series of rapid victories. He first secured Italy and then pursued Pompey to Greece, where he defeated him at the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE. Pompey's subsequent flight to Egypt and assassination marked the collapse of the senatorial resistance, but Caesar's campaigns continued as he consolidated his power, defeating remaining Pompeian forces in Africa and Spain. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar was appointed dictator, initially for a short term and later for 10 years, and finally as dictator perpetuo, dictator for life, in 44 BCE. His accumulation of power allowed him to implement a broad range of reforms designed to address the Republic's deep-seated issues. One of Caesar's primary political reforms was the expansion of the Senate from 600 to 900 members, incorporating loyal supporters, provincials, and even some non-Italians. This expansion diluted the power of the old aristocracy and ensured a broader representation of Rome's diverse empire. He reorganized the administrative structure of Rome, centralizing authority and reducing corruption. Magistrates and officials were appointed based on merit and loyalty, rather than on traditional aristocratic privilege. Caesar also reformed the judicial system, creating a more efficient and fair legal framework. New laws to curb bribery and corruption were introduced, ensuring that the courts were more accessible and just. Caesar implemented several economic reforms to stabilize the Roman economy. He addressed the widespread debt crisis by canceling a portion of all debts, capping interest rates, and allowing debtors to deduct the value of property from their debts. These measures helped stabilize the economy and reduce social tensions. He initiated extensive public works projects, including the construction of new buildings, temples, and infrastructure such as roads and aqueducts. These projects provided employment and improved the urban landscape of Rome. Continuing the agrarian reforms initiated by the Gracchi brothers and others, he redistributed public land to veterans and the poor, aiming to revive the class of small farmers and reduce urban overcrowding. To address food shortages and ensure the loyalty of the urban poor, Caesar reformed the grain dole, distributing subsidized grain more efficiently and equitably. He founded several colonies in the provinces, settling veterans and landless citizens in newly conquered territories. These colonies helped Romanize the provinces and alleviate social pressures in Italy. One of Caesar's most enduring legacies was the reform of the Roman calendar. With the help of the Alexandrian astronomer Sosigenes, he introduced the Julian calendar, which more accurately reflected the solar year. The new calendar included a leap year system and set the length of the year at 365.25 days. This reform corrected the inaccuracies of the previous lunar-based calendar and provided a more consistent and reliable timekeeping system. Caesar's reforms were not limited to administrative and economic changes. They also involved a significant centralization of power. He took on numerous titles and roles, including Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, augur, and pater patriae, father of the fatherland. By consolidating religious, political, and military authority in his person, Caesar effectively became the supreme ruler of Rome. Caesar maintained direct control over the Roman legions, ensuring their loyalty through personal leadership and generous rewards. His control of the military was a critical factor in his ability to maintain power and implement his reforms. He assumed the powers of a tribune, allowing him to propose legislation directly to the popular assemblies and veto decisions of the Senate. This move further marginalized the Senate and strengthened his direct appeal to the people. He extended his patronage to various social classes, securing their support through public entertainments, gladiatorial games, and personal acts of generosity. His ability to connect with the populace and address their needs was a cornerstone of his rule. Despite his popular support and numerous reforms, Caesar's autocratic style and concentration of power alienated many traditionalists within the Senate and the aristocracy. His assumption of the title dictator for life in early 44 BCE was seen by many as a clear step toward monarchy, a deeply unpopular notion among the Roman elite who valued their republican heritage. A group of senators, fearing the end of the republic and their loss of power, formed a conspiracy to assassinate Caesar. Leading figures in this plot included Gaius Cassius Longinus, Decimus Junius Brutus, and Marcus Junius Brutus, the latter of whom was believed by some to be Caesar's illegitimate son, or at least his protege. The conspirators justified their actions by claiming they were saving the Republic from tyranny. The assassination of Caesar took place on the Ides of March, March 15th, 44 BCE. The conspirators lured him to a meeting at the theater of Pompey under the pretense of presenting him with a petition. Once there, they surrounded him and stabbed him 23 times. Caesar's assassination was a brutal and chaotic event, with accounts suggesting he initially resisted before succumbing to his wounds. His last words, according to some sources, were, "Et tu, Brute?" And you, Brutus? Expressing his shock and betrayal upon seeing Brutus among his attackers. The immediate aftermath of the assassination was marked by confusion and chaos. The conspirators had expected to be hailed as liberators, but instead they faced an uncertain and hostile reaction from the Roman populace. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal supporter and co-consul, quickly seized control of the situation, securing Caesar's will and papers. The death of Caesar plunged Rome into another series of civil wars. Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's grandnephew and adopted heir, initially cooperated to defeat the forces of the assassins at the Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. However, their alliance eventually broke down, leading to a final conflict that ended with Octavian's victory at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian, later known as Augustus, became the first Roman emperor, marking the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. Caesar's reforms and centralization of power left a lasting legacy. His actions set precedents for the future governance of Rome, and many of his reforms continued to influence Roman society for centuries. The Julian calendar remained in use for over 1,600 years, until it was refined into the Gregorian calendar in 1582. His redistribution of land and economic policies helped to stabilize Rome in the short term, though the social tensions he sought to address persisted. Caesar's rise and fall highlighted the inherent weaknesses of the Roman Republic, which had become increasingly unable to manage the vast territories and diverse populations under its control. The concentration of power in the hands of a single ruler, while controversial and ultimately fatal for Caesar, became the template for the subsequent Roman emperors. Julius Caesar's dictatorship was a transformative period in Roman history. His ambitious reforms sought to address the Republic's deep-rooted issues and stabilize its institutions, but his autocratic methods and accumulation of power also alienated many within the traditional Roman elite. His assassination on the Ides of March marked the end of his rule, but set in motion the events that would lead to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's legacy as a military genius, reformer, and central figure in the transition from republic to empire remains a pivotal chapter in the story of Rome. Julius Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March, March 15th, 44 BCE, is one of the most dramatic and pivotal events in Roman history. This momentous act marked the culmination of rising tensions within the Roman Republic, driven by fears of Caesar's growing power and potential monarchic ambitions. The assassination, its aftermath, and the ensuing political upheaval profoundly impacted the future of Rome, leading to the end of the Republic and the dawn of the Roman Empire. The roots of the conspiracy against Caesar lay in his unprecedented accumulation of power and his reforms, which threatened the traditional republican values cherished by the Roman elite. As dictator perpetuo, dictator for life, Caesar wielded near absolute authority, implementing a wide range of political, economic, and social reforms. While many of these reforms were beneficial and necessary, they also undermined the power of the Senate and the traditional republican institutions. Caesar's centralization of power alienated many senators who feared the erosion of their influence and the rise of autocracy. His acceptance of titles such as Father of the Fatherland and his portrait on coins, traditionally reserved for deified or deceased individuals, fueled suspicions that he sought to become king. Rome's history of monarchy, ending with the expulsion of the last king, Tarquin the Proud, left a deep aversion to kingship, and any hint of its return was met with fierce resistance. The conspirators, led by Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, were motivated by a mix of personal grievances, political ideology, and a genuine belief in preserving the Republic. Brutus, in particular, was a complex figure. He was a close friend of Caesar and had benefited from his patronage, yet he was also deeply committed to republican ideals. The inclusion of Brutus, a figure with strong moral and philosophical convictions, lent the conspiracy a veneer of legitimacy and honor. In the months leading up to the assassination, the conspirators met secretly to plan their act. They understood that their success depended on swift and decisive action, coupled with the support, or at least acquiescence, of the broader political community. The conspirators aimed to present the assassination as a noble act of tyrannicide, rather than a sordid political murder. The chosen date for the assassination was the Ides of March, a date laden with traditional and religious significance. The conspirators decided to carry out their plan during a Senate meeting at the Theater of Pompey, where Caesar would be relatively unprotected. On the morning of March 15th, despite receiving multiple warnings and omens of danger, Caesar decided to attend the Senate session. According to historical accounts, his wife, Calpurnia, had experienced disturbing dreams and begged him to stay home, but he was persuaded by Decimus Brutus, one of the conspirators, to go to the Senate. As Caesar entered the Senate chamber, he was surrounded by the conspirators, who feigned a petition for the recall of his exiled brother. According to legend, Caesar initially dismissed their pleas, but was soon overwhelmed by the sudden and coordinated attack. The conspirators drew their daggers and struck, delivering 23 stab wounds. Caesar reportedly tried to defend himself, but ultimately succumbed to the onslaught. His famous last words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus," have been immortalized in literature and art, capturing the sense of betrayal he felt upon recognizing his friend among the assassins. The immediate aftermath of the assassination was chaotic. The conspirators, expecting to be hailed as liberators, were met with uncertainty and fear. The Senate was thrown into turmoil, and many senators fled the scene, unsure of what would follow. The conspirators marched to the Capitoline Hill, hoping to rally support and assert their control over the city. However, the reaction of the Roman populace was unpredictable. While some welcomed the death of the dictator, others mourned Caesar, who had been a popular figure among the common people and soldiers. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal supporter and co-consul, quickly seized control of the situation. He retrieved Caesar's will and papers, taking steps to ensure a smooth transition of power. Antony's oratory skills and political acumen played a crucial role in shaping public opinion in the days following the assassination. In a carefully orchestrated funeral speech, Antony read Caesar's will, which revealed his generous bequest to the citizens of Rome and his plans for public gardens. This revelation stirred public sentiment against the conspirators and led to widespread unrest. The conspirators, realizing that they had miscalculated the public's reaction, sought to negotiate with Antony and the Senate. They were granted amnesty and allowed to return to their homes, but the political landscape had irrevocably shifted. the power vacuum left by Caesar's death led to a struggle for dominance among his former allies and enemies. In the ensuing months, the fragile alliances and rivalries within the Roman political sphere became more pronounced. Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's grandnephew and adopted heir, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus formed the Second Triumvirate in 43 BCE, ostensibly to restore order and avenge Caesar's death. This new alliance was marked by its ruthless pursuit of power and the elimination of political opponents. The Second Triumvirate launched a campaign against the conspirators, leading to the decisive Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. The forces of Antony and Octavian faced off against the armies of Brutus and Cassius. The battle ended in the defeat of the conspirators, with both Brutus and Cassius committing suicide to avoid capture. The defeat of the assassins marked the end of the immediate resistance to Caesar's legacy, but it did not bring peace to Rome. The power struggle between Antony and Octavian eventually culminated in another civil war. Antony's alliance with Cleopatra VII of Egypt and his perceived Eastern ambitions alienated many Romans. The propaganda war between Octavian and Antony intensified, with Octavian portraying himself as the defender of Roman values against Antony's alleged decadence and foreign influence. The conflict reached its climax at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, where Octavian's forces decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's fleet. Following their defeat, Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt, where they eventually took their own lives. Octavian returned to Rome as the unchallenged ruler, ushering in a new era. In 27 BCE, Octavian was granted the title Augustus by the Senate, marking the beginning of the Roman Empire. As the first Roman emperor, Augustus implemented a series of reforms that stabilized the state and established a new political order. The Republic, with its complex system of checks and balances, was replaced by an imperial system centered on the authority of a single ruler. The assassination of Julius Caesar and the subsequent events had profound and lasting impacts on Roman history. Caesar's death marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new political order. His legacy, both as a military genius and a controversial dictator, continued to shape Roman and world history for centuries. Caesar's reforms, many of which were retained and expanded upon by Augustus, laid the foundation for the Roman Empire's administrative and political systems. His centralization of power and creation of a professional bureaucracy set precedents that would endure throughout the imperial period. The Julian calendar, introduced by Caesar, remained in use for over 1,600 years and was only slightly modified into the Gregorian calendar that is still used today. The events surrounding the Ides of March also served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of concentrated power and the fragility of political institutions. The assassination highlighted the deep-seated tensions and divisions within Roman society, as well as the challenges of balancing reform and stability. The conspirators' belief that they were saving the Republic by eliminating Caesar ultimately led to its demise, demonstrating the complexities and unintended consequences of political action. In conclusion, the assassination of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March was a pivotal moment in Roman history, marking the end of the Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. The events leading up to and following his death reveal the intricate interplay of personal ambition, political ideology, and historical forces. Caesar's legacy, both celebrated and condemned, continues to resonate as a symbol of the tumultuous transition from republic to empire. The Ides of March remains a powerful reminder of the enduring impact of political decisions and the unpredictable nature of history. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. For more captivating stories and insights, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. We'd love to hear your thoughts and questions. Leave them in the comments below. Thanks again for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you in our next video.